Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Welcome to the fall edition of the council meetings. This is Monday, September 15th council meeting. The District of Metchosin conducts its business on the Coast Salish territory and the traditional territory of the Shiano First Nation. The District of Metchosin is mindful and works to be increasingly careful with its commitment to a more inclusive governance with our neighbors. And I'd like to acknowledge our neighboring First Nation governments with whom we are committed to building stronger relationships, the Shiano First Nation and the Sook First Nation. So council, before you, we have the agenda for the meeting. We have a number of supplementary agenda items, so we'll add those to 11E to J. Councillor Shukin.
And Mayor Little, I would like to present a notice of motion at the end of the meeting.
And so we will add the notice of motion to the end of the discussion. Question period will be 15 and notice of motion will be number 14. Okay. With that, I'll take a motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Gray, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Great. And we're delighted to have a presentation this evening. We have a presentation on Metchosin disaster risk reduction and climate adaptation. This is a presentation by Chad Pacholik from Logic Lead Consulting. Welcome, Chad. This is on page 125 of your agenda package as well, if you want to follow along.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, like that the rest of you. So this is an update on the. Sorry, thank you. This is an update on the ongoing project. If you want to go to the next slide. It is led by the emergency program. It was funded through the UBCM for the project. Next slide. I'll flip through the first few pretty quick. Just a reminder that the project components, there were 4 main pieces of the project itself. I'll spend most of the time talking about the risk assessment, community risk assessment tonight. There are some strategies that will fall out from that assessment and the findings thereof. There was a component around community engagement. Really, it's the education that is what we found. There is also slated some time for review against the new Emergency and Disaster Management Act. That has been, we haven't started that yet, in part because we're waiting for the regulations, and those aren't out yet. So those are the 4 components of the project itself. Next slide. So the risk assessment, I would describe this as a kind of a level 2, the middle of the road, not necessarily, not in terms of quality, but in terms of depth. So level 1 is just kind of folks sitting around a table discussing and trying to figure out what they figure the risks are. What we've done is we've dug deeper. We've looked into the data, we've compared that, we've done the analysis, but it isn't a full engineering study of a particular hazard and a particular location. This may help inform some of those further studies, but it's more of a fully rounded assessment of the overall community risk. Next slide. On the right-hand side is the kind of an abbreviated table of contents of what's in the assessment itself. So the beginning, obviously, a bunch of the background into the assessment. When we get into, I'll go to the next slide, the hazards and the drivers of risk is where a lot of the data and the analysis happens for the District of Metchosin and isn't necessarily the background at that point. Next slide. This lovely pie chart basically talks about the amount of size of each one of those sections. So you'll see in the document itself, most of it is made up of the hazards and the drivers of risk and resilience, which make up that fulsome picture. So just giving you a sense of where the information lies within that document. Next slide. Just really quickly, some of the context and the trends that we captured. This won't obviously be a fulsome description, But just talking about what is disaster risk and this moving beyond just hazard and consequence, but including some of the social, the built environment, the natural environment, all these other pieces that we've drawn in to the assessment. Talking about disaster risk management. So what are the ways that we can deal with this? We can avoid creating new risk. We can reduce the existing risk that already is in our community, or we can manage the residual, those things that we can't get rid of that will kind of always be around with us. So it talks about that. When it gets into the trends, it starts talking about things like uncertainty and the increasing level of uncertainty, especially with climate change. You know, the forecasts are just that, and the further out we go, the less confident we are in the numbers. It shouldn't be a lot of surprising things necessarily in the trends. Some of the other things in the trends are just, you know, calling out specifically climate change, the affordability crisis, the opioid crisis, things like that, and how that plays into the level of risk of a community. It all plays in. You know, it's how does our community work together and what it's causing challenges for us. Next slide. In terms of when we get into talking about the hazards, just there were kind of three broad categories of sources that we use. So we did dive into some local knowledge and pulling information and had some workshops where we had both staff and some community members that gave us local knowledge. We pulled from existing regional and provincial studies that were available. We also pulled from some of the global hazard models that are available to us. And so each one of those sources or types of source gives us a bit different picture. And so we try and pull all of those to give a more fulsome view of what's going on in the community. And each one of those, you know, has its various strengths and weaknesses. Obviously, you know, when we start talking about a global model, it's looking at a very high level and loses some of those local nuances. Whereas obviously the local knowledge is the exact opposite, where it has that lived experience and the knowledge of what has happened and what is happening in the community. And so when we bring these different pieces together, depending on the questions that we're trying to answer from this risk assessment, we can use the different data sources. Next slide. In terms of, again, trying to fit too much into one slide, but in terms of kind of analyzing these three different sources and what it told us, you know, some of the places where there was areas of alignment, not surprising, earthquake, you know, and the associated liquefaction that may happen with that, rises to the top across different types of data, wildfire, drought, changes in the ocean chemistry, you know, sea salinity, pH, things like that. And in general, climate-related hazards. So probably not, you know, anything that you're going to fall out of your chair tonight when I tell you that those rise to the top. Some of the areas where they did diverge, and again, some of this is to be expected, the local knowledge really prioritized, you know, what we have experienced lately, what we know is happening, and so it's that really personalized local experience and knowledge. The hazard reports, so kind of the provincial and regional reports that we used, they're kind of that middle ground. And again, the global models give great, you know, methodology and scientific knowledge, but loses some of that local data. So it's trying to pull from all of these, and each one of them has a potential different use case where we could pull them in and analyze from that sense. Next slide. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about the drivers of risk and resilience. So this is a piece where risk assessments really have evolved quite a bit in the last number of years, whereas normally we would have probably stopped in the past at just talking about hazards. Now we're talking about some of the social trends, the health, the natural environment, and how that feeds in our built environment and what that's doing to either drive risk or resilience. And in reality, all of these things driving both risk and resilience in different ways. You know, some of the, if we go to the next slide, I just pulled, there are some gauges within, and a bunch of stats, obviously, in the report. I pulled out just a few, one per category here. You know, for our social category, I pulled out age. It's, you know, kind of hovering just below, you know, not really contributing to risk or resilience. We do have an aging population that will continue to drive more of a risk scenario rather than resilient. Some of the statistics around mental health, we didn't have specific for Metchosin, so we had to go a little bit wider. I believe for the mental health, off the top of my head, it was Western communities. Basically said the stat that we used there was 23% of people reported that they had fair or low mental health. Almost a quarter of the population there. So that's why we're again dipping more towards the risk, and there's a little bit more detail, obviously, in the report itself. Our living wage comes out pretty strong. 48% of people are either at, near, or below the living wage that's established for the capital region. So almost half the people are basically have enough to cover their payments, but no savings, and being able to invest further in disaster resilience. So that's why that one's sitting so low. So there's a bunch of different metrics. This was just I pulled out a few to give you a sense here. Next slide. Findings. So there were a number of findings. Obviously, again, the focus on climate change that is already and will continue to increase in its influence in creating a more risky community. In terms of social fabric, again, not a lot of surprises probably for everybody in this room that there was high community connection, a lot of long-term residents, which of course drives towards more resilience within the community. Again, pulling back from that aging population, there's 37% of household maintainers that are 65 years or older. So if you think in a disaster, that they're the ones that are maintaining their properties and there's additional damage, there'd be additional strain on trying to get those repairs happening. The built environment really just was a story of the pros and cons of living in a rural community. There is some, for example, resilience in having, disaggregated or there's a different word that I can't think of right now, but individual septic systems that aren't a centralized system, meaning that you're not reliant on, one system that if it fails, everybody goes down. But all of those individual septic systems also require maintenance and upkeep. And, we hope that that's all going on. But if they do fail, then all of the needs that happen and go along with that at an individual level instead of an aggregated level. So that there are kind of those pros and cons in many cases of the built environment. Affordable economy is really the story around affordability for the most part. That isn't necessarily unique to Metchosin by any means. We hear about that a lot in the news throughout the province, probably throughout the country, we could say. Governance was a story about connectivity in many ways. So governance is both the government, but also the connections of people and how we interact with people and each other. Health, in a large part, was a story around the mental health and mental health challenges that residents and community members around the capital regional district and the province as a whole are experiencing. It was a high-level summary. There's a lot more, but just to give you a flavor of the direction that the risk assessment was going. The next slide, if you would, is really some of the next steps. So it is developing those risk reduction strategies. So whereas the risk assessment is kind of the what, the risk reduction strategies is the so what. And so it'll basically present a menu of options of here's the things that we could consider based on some of those findings that we came up with. Public engagement and education, making sure that this information doesn't just stay on paper and that it gets out to everybody that can start making good decisions based on it. And then that benchmarking against the new legislation. So those are pieces that will still be coming forth. I think that's as quick as I can make that.
Okay, thank you very much, Chad.
Thank you. And of course, any questions that you guys have that I can try and clarify.
Yeah, okay. Council, do you have any questions for Chad? Thank you for your presentation. Councillor Shukin.
So, Mr. Pacholik, thank you very much for this and the work and continuing work. One thing I just want to start with is a big thanks to our fire chief and all the pod leaders as well, because they've been thinking about disaster management preparedness for a long time. One funny story, one of the pod leaders was asked, "What does POD stand for?" And the response was, "It's short for prepare or die." That's maybe a little too dramatic, but anyways. So thank you very much for all of this. I wanted to ask you one question about one of the awful incidents that's happened over like the last few years, happened actually this year with the flooding of the Guadalupe River. And what's interesting about that situation, and this was in Texas on July 4th, but again, it's bound to be a study in the future of communication, of preparedness, of planning for flood zones, but bigger than that too. And the interesting thing about the Guadalupe River flood is that it had flooded before, and there were fatalities. I think it was back in 1986. But the key thing is there's a known risk, and then nothing happens for the longest time, and then memory fades or diligence fades. But I mean, am I reading that right, or are there any lessons for us that you might bring in the next iterations of this study?
It's a great question. I hadn't thought about that example in this context. I mean, I think some of the things that you bring up are what comes to top of mind as well, is just the importance of alerting and getting the message out, and trying to figure out what can we do when we hear about and know about some of those hazards that have happened and that could happen. I mean, the new legislation, don't quote me on this, but speaks to planning for all reasonably known hazards, I think is the language in the new legislation. So we did try and take a pretty broad view of what are the different hazards that could happen. And that's part of the reason why we brought in the global models as well, just to get their perspective on, where do we stand in some of those things. One of the things that I would say is, in terms of this document as it stands, it in many ways is a base to what can be used for planning, whether that is in the emergency program or planning or across the whole organization. Hopefully, is that we can learn and apply some of these things. That'll come out in part through the strategies. The other thing that I would say is, we couldn't go through every hazard known to man kind of thing. I think the UN, again, don't quote me, is somewhere around 237 defined hazards. We did not look at 237, but we tried to prioritize those that would be more reasonably expected to happen here. And in many cases grouped, a lot of the diseases got grouped into kind of health. And so the reason I bring that up is it would be great if this doesn't just become a static document, that over time it gets built upon. Look at some more of those hazards and try and figure out, did we miss something that should have been looked at in a little bit more detail? And so you build out that library. There are a number, I think, off the top of my head, I can't remember, there are a number of hazard profiles within there. And so building out that library of hazard profiles and just trying to make sure that we continue to learn. The last thing that I would say in response to that question is that risk is always going to be dynamic. It is a marker in time, and as people move, as situations change, whether that's an individual's economic situation, whether that's their living conditions, the number of people living in their house, and then aggregate that for the whole community, our level of risk is always shifting in different ways. So just being aware of that. Hopefully this is one step to creating a culture that thinks about risk assessment in everything that we do. Obviously I have a perspective on that, but it is, I think, our new reality in many ways with climate change, is that we do have to consider this more than we used to. I answered that kind of in a roundabout, so I talked around it, not directly, but I hear your question.
Anybody else wish to ask any questions? Go ahead.
Thanks, through the chair. Thanks very much for the presentation on the work. I wonder if you might comment in terms of, or if you assess another similar sized community, how do we stand out? Or are there stark differences that you're seeing here? And I wonder if that would feed into the next step in terms of climate risk reduction strategies.
Yeah, sorry, is that, I don't, there wasn't any big surprises that I came out of here and went, wow, I didn't expect that with Metchosin. I mean, I think if you were to compare it to a similar sized community of the similar, of a rural nature next, like similar to similar, I don't know that you'd see too much differences. Just going through some of the metrics in my head to see if there were any that really stood out as different. I'd have to put a little thought into that.
Yeah, and that would be perhaps in the community profile, I suppose. Make sure.
Yeah, I mean, the community profile tries to tell
into.
the story of what makes up the community, and then the drivers of risk and resilience tell the story of how do those things influence and drive us towards, which direction do they drive us towards?
Thank you. And if I might ask a second question, and that is, when you move to the strategy section, I'm understanding we're not going to be looking at specific problems in Metchosin, the engineering question you raised. So is that going to just be a broad discussion, as in how we reduce risk for these big topics?
It'll be a couple things. So it'll be...
Maybe I'll be a little more precise.
Yeah.
Liquefaction?
Yeah.
Is that likely to happen in Metchosin? Is that our soil type here, that kind of thing?
There are very small areas that are susceptible to liquefaction in Metchosin. It's the low-lying unconsolidated soils in general that would be it, if we're thinking about liquefaction in itself. In terms of the strategies, I would expect a bit of a mix. So it will address kind of those broad sweeping strokes, but also present a bit of a menu of options of here are some examples and some best practices and some directions that could be considered to address the various aspects identified in the risk assessment.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to ask questions? I have a question. So in terms of the hazard profiles, many of these ocean chemistry, drought, earthquake, we can't do a lot about tangibly, but many of them are interwoven in climate change. So apart from decreasing our carbon footprint and doing as much as we can within our own households, one of the things that stands out is wildfire, and we've been told by world-renowned climate scientists who live in our area that the biggest risk to Metchosin is fire. And I'm wondering if you can comment on the hazard profile of wildfire. And I know this is top of mind for the fire chief as well. If you could comment on that.
Yeah, so two pieces in there. I'm going to go back to something you said earlier, that things like the sea chemistry and drought, that there aren't a lot of things that can be done. And in some ways, I think you're quite right. We can reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and things like that to reduce the hazard. But I think also being aware that those things are coming down the line around, the sea chemistry, for example, trying to understand what impacts that has. So, I think about the fishing industry, tourism industry, all of the operators that may reside and depend on that, on the ocean for their income, they will have potentially an increasingly harder and harder time making their living. So what does that mean for the economic development side of Metchosin? And so it's, maybe we don't have the direct control. We can influence and advocate in many different ways, but the things that we can control are some of those secondary down the road impacts if those things do when those do transpire. The direct question that you asked was around wildfire, and I think yes, we live in forests. There are forests around us. I think traditionally there has been a lot of confidence in lowering our risk because of the influence of the humidity and the ocean and such. The wildfire year being what it was on the island, mid-island in particular, we saw that is changing. And so I think our risk, living in a forest, there's always a risk. with climate change, and especially our summers becoming hotter and drier, is increasing those risks. I've heard anecdotally from some of the mid-island fires that the trees that were live and standing were drier than what comes out of kiln-dried lumber. So we do have stands on the island that are getting quite dry and become very volatile. So wildfire, I mean, it was included in kind of that top list in the hazard profiles, and that's for a reason. It is something that I think will continue to gather our attention on the island as we go through the years and increasing climate change.
Okay. Any other questions, Council? If not, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let's move along to public participation. We have 45 minutes, so until about 8:15 for public participation. Should you wish to speak at the microphone, you have 4 minutes. There's a timer in front of you. It'll go green, it'll go yellow when you have 30 seconds left, and red when you are out of your 4 minutes. Please identify yourself with your first name and the road you live on in Metchosin. Thank you.
I have comments on 2 agenda items, agenda item 11B and agenda item 13A. I'd like to draw the attention of the Mayor and Council to the Metchosin Learning Group letter dated July 9th, requesting implementation of recommendations for local governments by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. 2 of the most important recommendations for municipal governments were to adopt the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, UNDRIP, and secondly, to train council and staff on First Nations history to provide a firmer basis for constructive engagements and educated engagements with our First Nations neighbors. It'd be too much to expect council to make final decisions on these items tonight. You have other things on the agenda as well. But tonight's meeting could and should decide that detailed proposals will be put forward for discussion and decision at the next council meeting. And in the meantime, flowery speeches don't really hack it. We have to get down to action on this reconciliation business. On agenda item 13A, the councillors note part of it. I would ask you, please, read this document carefully as if you were not previously acquainted with Metchosin. An objective view from Mars or from Victoria or wherever. And on reading that, what would you think? And what advice would you give Metchosin on how to proceed? Thank you.
Thank you. Frank Mitchell on Woody Beach Road.
Via Mitchell, Woody Beach Road, Metchosin. I'm here to actually, Tina, do you want to, is the timer working? Thanks. Last time I went over, so I'm very cautious this time. Just wanted to say we had a fantastic Metchosin Day. Huge thanks to so many volunteers, many of whom are in this room. But I also really wanted to give a particular shout out to staff here at the Municipal Hall, Amber, Gord, the Fire Hall staff. Bob, you were out there doing the pet show, the best job of them all. But and I also wanted to thank Councillor Shukin, who held the fort with the parking. We really are nailing that. So, but I just really wanted to say once again, Metchosin Day came together because of the incredible volunteers we have. and it was a great day. There's always things to improve. We're looking for feedback. The committee will be meeting this week. We'll have a meeting with the user group. We're going to find ways to accumulate more feedback. We've got some preliminary financial statements. We will come back to council in probably mid-October with some more financial. We're going to be in the red, as we predicted we would be. Costs have gone up significantly. While we have cut the costs of running Metchosin Day from 25,000 to more like 17, 18, we don't have as many fundraising sources, and we're not really set up to do fundraising. We do want to really express our gratitude to the Metchosin Producers Association, who've taken us under their wing, who allowed us to use their square and all sorts of other things. But we will have some choices to make in 2026 about what we want and how we want to engage, and we'll come back to you with that. But in the meantime, I just wanted to say a big thanks to everyone. It was a great day, a fun day, and we will continue. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Shukin.
Sorry, Mayor Little, I hate to interrupt, but I did want to pass out a big thanks to VO as well, because her job is running the whole thing, and associated with that is thanking everybody. But I think she deserves a big thanks as well. We're tremendously. Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Peter Grant. I've been a Colwood resident since 2017. I had the good fortune to move to Vancouver Island from abroad. I've been a motorcyclist since the age of 12. I'm proud to be a member and inducted into the Canadian Motorcycle Hall of Fame in 2013. After a lengthy career in the golf industry, I now work part-time locally at the Olympic View Golf Club. And in my spare time, I continue to support the passion that has shaped my life, which is motorcycling. I've been a member of the Victoria Motorcycle Club for 12 years since moving to the South Vancouver Island region. The Victoria Motorcycle Club, or VMC, has a remarkable history. It was founded in 1912, which makes it one of the oldest continuously operated motorcycle sporting clubs in all of Canada. Registered under the BC Societies Act in 1947 when that became an act. It has always promoted motorcycling as a healthy and family-oriented activity. VMC members ride both on and off-road motorcycles, recreationally and in competition in a broad range of disciplines: enduro, trials, hill climb, motocross, and much more. Since 1962, the club has owned 172 acres in Metchosin, which is operated as a recreational off-road cycle park. The property's significant tree canopy provides for wildlife habitat, supports Metchosin's rural character, and serves as a carbon sink, helping with climate resilience. For decades, the VMC has also stewarded 5,000 acres of crown land, creating new trail networks for motorcycles and ATVs. Today, our focus has been back to our Happy Valley property. It's focused on caring for that property. Tonight, there's a number of members of the Victoria Motorcycle Club in attendance. I'd like you just to raise your hands and identify yourself. All Metchosin residents, members of the Victoria Motorcycle Club, range from Metchosin to the Greater Victoria area and abroad, even some from Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Eastern Canada. The club's achievements are recognized both nationally and internationally. The club was inducted into the Canadian Motorcycle Hall of Fame in 2010, and also the Greater Victoria Sports Hall of Fame in 2019. Over more than a century, the VMC has produced many national champions and international medalists in competitions across many disciplines. That tradition continues today. In fact, as we meet here this evening, 2 Victoria Motorcycle Club members, including Metchosin resident Brandon Volk, are in Italy, representing Canada at the Trials des Nations, which is a highly respected international worldwide championship for, again, trials motorcycle competition. In 2024, the club also proudly hosted the National Trials Championship event at our property in Metchosin. This was an all-Canada, across Canada national championship, drawing riders from across North America, US and Canada.
So you have about 30 seconds left, Peter.
Thank you. The VMT has strong community support. We have connected to the community. Members ride in the Victoria Day Parade in Victoria. We support the 14th Troop of the Juan de Fuca Scouting Group through concessions, fundraising, and providing honorariums to the Metchosin Firefighter Society for assistance they provide with first aid at our hill climb event. The property is regularly used as well for training by the Metchosin Search and Rescue and Metchosin Fire Department, along with other regional departments. We sponsor various charities as well. As a good neighbor, we also voluntarily close the majority of our property to all motorized activity during those fire ban periods. Again, speaking to
Peter?
fire risk.
You have to sum up.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Do I have to push the button? Or is there
No,
like,
it's on, just speak in, just speak in.
just straight this right in? Thank you very much. Well, that was great. I learned a lot about motorcycle club Metchosin that I knew nothing about. My name is Jackie Larkin. I'm at 4856 Jelinek Place. I'm a member of the Metchosin Learning Group, and some of us are here tonight. We'll be expressing views where we have general agreement. We don't always agree on everything, so I hope we'll give some rich contribution. This is the 10-year anniversary of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report. And in September is the upcoming National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. So the Metchosin Learning Group, which is committed to understanding the impact of colonization on Indigenous peoples, but also the impact of colonization on ourselves and the way that that plays out in terms of the dynamics within communities. And we do our best to put on events that get folks thinking about that, and maybe also doing some actions that can help develop stronger relations between our two communities. So we asked the Metchosin Council what steps towards reconciliation and the calls to action of the TRC they were taking. And we made a few suggestions to Council to consider. And the letter is in the package. I won't say anything more. Now, I want to, before I make my remarks about what I'd like to see done, I want to acknowledge that the mayor in her remarks, I'm not trying to hijack your report tonight, but that you are noting that the public commemoration of the Truth and Reconciliation Day and of the ongoing impacts of residential schools is a vital component of the reconciliation process. Indeed it is. And you say you hope this day will resonate with the people of Metchosin. So I want to thank the mayor for saying this. It's good to acknowledge the day, to acknowledge the TRC and its ongoing impacts, and to recognize that Canadian governments, institutions, and individuals drove a process of cultural genocide, whose reverberations we feel acutely today, and the deep trauma still exists. But I want to emphasize that history isn't Indigenous history, it's our history. And we bear responsibility to work to repair the harm undone by our ancestors. So it's really good to acknowledge the day, and it's good to give territorial acknowledgements, as I have done many times in my life, because it means we're recognizing that the land that we're on belonged to other peoples and was taken from them, whether you use the word stolen or not, that's the case. If we don't acknowledge our history as settler and immigrant people, we will never make the changes that can really contribute to the healing. However, acknowledgements and statements often run the walk the edge of being performative, and I've felt this often myself. We show our sympathy, we're politically correct, we show that we care, we say that we care, but then we don't do anything. So it's really good to have territorial acknowledgements, and it's good to recognize TRC days, but if we don't do anything, that's what we're doing, is we're just being performative and showing that we're good people. So when we sent this letter requesting that the council take concrete actions and ones that make a difference, we were hoping for something. I know that this council and staff have very heavy agendas, but nevertheless, I am disturbed that this letter was simply received. And I'm curious to know, this is my one question of the evening, is that a decision of council or a decision of staff simply to receive a letter like that and not to make comments? Is that the end? I didn't get my 30-second notice. Anyway, I can stop there. I'll just do my last sentence, which is, I reference Murray Sinclair, who is the co-chair of the TRC. It's never enough to say sorry and to apologize. You have to take action, and you have to take action that's concrete and it takes energy. So I hope the council would put reconciliation as a regular item on their agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Mike Manhas at 1219 Mield Road. I'm here to address 10B of the Forge. As many of you know, mental health and addictions are plaguing our society. It is an epidemic. We're losing about 20 people a day, 7 just here in British Columbia. The Forge is a new initiative we're taking on as a charity with Rewired Recovery Foundation and Construction Foundation of BC. Rewired and Soberfest is based out of Metchosin, but we do it in Langford, but it's based out of my residence. I don't have a business license. And the Forge is something, the gentleman here was mentioning 23% of people struggle with mental health in society. In the trades, that number is 85%. I've put a document on your table there that references where that comes from. 53% of opioid overdoses happen in the trades. And so with partnering with the Construction Foundation, we just bought the bikers clubhouse, not these bikers, but the bikers with the patches on their back. And it's a restorative justice piece where we're taking something that probably did a lot of harm, and we're trying to turn it around and make it a place where people can come heal. We bought the building outright, and now we need to do $500,000 in renovations. So my role with the Construction Foundation of BC is the Director of Philanthropy. You've got a letter from Mayor Goodmanson, who put out a challenge to all municipalities and the West Shore developers, but a challenge out to all construction companies to help raise this money. And if we're going to help the people that are struggling, we're going to have to help them ourselves. We're not going to go look. We are looking for a handout from you guys, but we're not looking for handouts from the province or from the feds. When there's already agreements that we're working on to pay for the programming. The Forge will be a place where you get free access to treatment, free aftercare, free recovery coaching, free counseling for 2 years, and a social club where you get to learn how to live life again. The biggest problem we have with addictions right now is if you have no money, you get a treatment bed. If you have money, you can buy a treatment bed. If you're in the middle, they're telling you to go mortgage your house, sell your car, leave your job, figure it out on your own. We're trying to solve that. And the other piece to addiction is we send them to treatment, and then we put them back in the exact same place that we started in and say, now figure it out. And if you can't, then you are doing something wrong. And that's a moral failing. That's people with academics that are trying to figure out how to make this work when what we really need is people with lived experience and academics, if they fit, to show people that there's hope and that this does work. And so the Forge is that, it's a place where we're gonna come, and that social club will give people a chance to learn how to live life again. One of the biggest problems I had, I'm in long-term recovery myself, is when I got clean, it was like, now what do I do? My life's over. What am I supposed to do? I can't go out. I can't communicate with people. I can't go to my chosen days. I can't go to this or that or the other because I was overwhelmed. I had to learn how to practice living life again so I could go to things. So I could go to a hockey game. I could go to a social function and not relapse or use. And so what I'm asking you guys to do today is to do what Oak Bay has done, what Colwood has done, what Souk has done, what Langford has done, which is use their contingency fund to match the $5,000 so that we can open this place in the West Shore, and to create my time's running out, is to create a hub of recovery here for all of Canada, and to set an example of how recovery can and should work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Wow. Nicole Shukin, Laban Road resident. I want to speak first as a member of the Metchosin Learning Group, and I want to thank the Mayor for recognizing National Truth and Reconciliation Day in her Mayor's report. The Learning Group, as has been mentioned, sent a letter suggesting a few reconciliation actions that could be taken, including formal recognition. But further to that, I wonder if it might make sense to turn the act of formal recognition into policy, or bake it into policy, so that it isn't just dependent upon the goodwill of the mayor and council of the day. How that recognition is offered could be left creatively open for future councils, unless this one envisions a ceremony to mark the day that it would like to see repeated in future years. And speaking now for myself, not as a member of the Metchosin Learning Group, I'd say that there's an immediate opportunity before council to seriously walk the talk of reconciliation, and it's around a new fire hall. Chief Chips and Chiano Councillor Tracy Pateman attended one of the special council meetings on the fire hall this summer, and it was powerful to hear Chief Chips describe the vital stake that Chiano community members have in a modern post-disaster fire hall. He conveyed Chianu's high regard for Metchosin's fire chief, firefighters, and first responders, who are intimately involved in life and death experiences of many Chianu members. Metchosin firefighters are essential frontline workers in more than one sense. They are the ones forging real relationships of respect, trust, and care between our communities. Yet, our fire department has been housed in subpar buildings for decades. So I see material and social support for a post-disaster firehouse as, among other things, action on reconciliation. Finally, I support another agenda item, which is the idea of a procedural roadmap for moving ahead in the fire hall process. But the proposed roadmap on this evening's agenda has some blind spots. One key blind spot is its failure to account for Council's 2023 declaration on the climate emergency and biodiversity crisis. The roadmap notes that, quote, Council policy is not to go into debt except in an emergency situation. However, it fails to add that Council declared an emergency in 2023 in a declaration that is keenly relevant to any roadmap for a new fire hall. And I think the declaration is certainly more far-seeing and ethically expansive than the no debt policy. Being debt-free shouldn't be rigid doctrine in a time of planetary urgency. So the proposed roadmap for a fire hall process, I think, is too narrowly focused on fiscal project risks, which aren't placed in the context of broader resolutions, policies, and recommendations around climate risk reduction, such as those in the 2023 declaration and in Metchosin's 2023 to 2028 climate action plan. The community assessment report that flowed from the presentation on disaster risk this evening states that climate change is the dominant driver in an intensifying risk landscape, and the report urges decision makers to, quote, act sooner rather than later, despite uncertainty and limited data. And I agree with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Nan Shea, Chapel Heights. I'm riding on the coattails of my learning group cohorts. And I wanted to start by saying the best way to help is to listen.
And I think this council has done that to a certain extent. I've seen surveys that come about, and I would like to make some other suggestions in regards specifically to this subject of the Truth and Reconciliation and how to take action. One thing I think that would be helpful is something like a cafe where people could come, and council could be curious and creates questions that they want to know about areas such as healing and environment and health, and areas where we know that there are issues for the Indigenous peoples in our area. That's all I got to say. And it's still green. Thank you.
Evening. Mike Hornet, Rocky Point Road, Chair of the Fire Hall Steering Committee. I'd just like to make a comment on the item 13, amended notice of motion. A couple of points in there that don't quite make a lot of sense to me, which is the JDA proposal. There's quite literally a roadmap, step by step, of all the steps to be taken in that feasibility study, which is nearing completion. There's a few steps left. The CAO does work with the full steering committee, attends every one of our meetings, and the land use and regulatory framework has been identified, which is the ALC regulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Kiara Kahakawila, Perry Crossroad. Three things to talk about tonight. First is in regards to the financial implications and the long-term effects of borrowing in general. In Metchosin, we have limited amounts of ability to raise funds. And when you're taking a look at our properties and the residences who live in them, quite a few of them are low-income homes. Quite a few of them are people who have who are on fixed incomes. Tonight, actually, your report, presentator on the risk reduction, he did in fact talk about the number of households in Metchosin that are at or below the living wage poverty line. He also did talk about the fact that the number of properties that are owned and or maintained by people that are in their senior years in life, and what that actually looks like for them in regards to property management. So that's one thing to consider in regards to the effects of long-term borrowing and what you're doing in regards to the fire hall and any other instances where borrowing needs to take place. The other item in regards to what's happening with the proposed fire hall is the removal or the request to remove this property from the Agricultural Land Reserve to the Agricultural Land Commission. I have to ask why. And there's a couple of reasons for that why. If you take a look at the CAO's report, which I'm sure you have, option 2, which really should be option 1, to be perfectly honest, if you take a look at Metchosin's identity, but option 2 is more in line with our identity as rural stewards within the CRD. It's more in line with the residents who over the last 40 years have believed in what this community is and what it could be in the future for them and for their children. Also, if you're talking about the issues of climate action, why would you remove an entire property, which is filled mostly with green space, from the Agricultural Land Reserve when you're talking about the fact that you've adopted the resolution for the climate emergency, you've done your planning, you've done your studies in regards to climate action? Why would you be an example of what not to do with climate action when it comes to our own property here in Metchosin? I'd like to also congratulate Metchosin Day for the work that they did and for the fact that they are so able to bring Metchosin together. And on that note, I'd like to talk about leadership here in this room at this table. I don't see a lot of happy faces here. I did, for a moment in time, see smiles on all 5 of your faces when Vio was talking about Metchosin Day and some of the fun activities and the people who brought their energy here at Metchosin and what it could mean. You're a split council. It's palatable. You can feel it, you can see it, people know it. Not just in this room, not just in this hall, not just in this community, and not just within this region. Everybody knows that this council is split. The animosity that is felt around this table is awful. And I speak from firsthand knowledge. I've been in a situation similar to this. You have an opportunity, Mayor Little, to bring your council together. You have an opportunity to bring this community together. You have 1 year before this term is up. Use that wisely to take a look at this project and bring Metchosin together on it and this council together on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak this evening? Okay, thank you very much. Patty, could you turn the microphone up? Thank you. Okay, we'll turn to page 7 with the minutes from July 14th, looking for adoption. Moved by Councillor Donaldson, seconded by Councillor Shipkin. Comments? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then we have the minutes from the August 20th meeting for adoption. Moved by Councillor Gray, seconded by Councillor Epp. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay, just moving along to the receipt of the minutes. There's no minutes to receive to my mayor's report. Just very briefly, we've got a large package. There was a change of command at the HMC dockyard, and I would like to congratulate Rear Admiral David Pacholik. It was really an interesting event, the change of command, and I was delighted to attend. Of course, I would like to congratulate all the volunteers of Metchosin for their exceptional community event on September 7th. The fun was had by all, so thank you. And then regarding the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, I do want to acknowledge that Tuesday, September 30th is our National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. This is a day that acknowledges that so many Indigenous kids never returned home from Canada's residential school system, and that survivors and their families and their communities bear this tragic and painful history. Public commemoration and of the ongoing impacts of residential school is a vital component of the reconciliation process. I hope this day will resonate with the people of Metchosin, as our community lies within the boundaries and are within the traditional territory of the Sienna First Nation as well as the Suk First Nation. Although this day is one of somber reflection, it should also be a day that all Canadians can affirm the resilience and resurgence of the Indigenous peoples in North America. In this region, we are witnessing a historic era as both the process towards a modern-day treaty continues. With the Sienna First Nation, we've seen the community take a major step in the consideration of the Maryhill Tribal Park as part of the treaty process. The community has also been involved in an increasing range of business ventures and endeavors. For example, their partnership with the West Coast Marine Response, which we celebrated last Wednesday with their open house, and their involvement with the Center Mountain Business Park. September is also notable as it's the first month of the new school term. I want to thank Chief Russ Chips for his involvement with the school district 62 as a trustee and his commitment to the sound education for all. Likewise, I want to acknowledge Councillor Tracy Pateman and Councillor Shiva Sawyer for their involvement and their commitment to Sienna First Nations and their commitment to us for continued engagement. I'll close with a quote from the late Murray Sinclair, who was the Commissioner of the Canada's Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And Murray Sinclair said, "When I was chairing the TRC, I realized that getting to the truth was hard, but getting to the reconciliation was going to be harder. We are not only calling for people to understand the truth and accept it, we're also calling on people to recognize that there came with it, the benefits and the privileges that are now bestowed upon the settler population that were bestowed at great cost to the Indigenous peoples. I will add, end quote, but I will add that later in this evening we'll be discussing how the district can better address some of the calls to action from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. For now, I would like to ask members of this community to find time on September 30th to reflect on the deeper meaning of the day and consider how they will take steps towards deeper reconciliation with the Indigenous peoples of this land. Okay, so that concludes my mayor's report. And we have on page 23 a report to council from our planner, Ms. Tara Johnson. If I can ask Ms. Johnson to come to the microphone. Thank you.
Good evening, Council and members of the public. The purpose of this presentation tonight is to provide a summary of the Phase 1 engagement activities from the for the 2025 Housing Review and Update of the Official Community Plan and Land Use Bylaw. We'll also review the participation numbers, a summary of engagement findings, and the next steps. Just a brief recap on the reason why the district is doing a housing review and update of the OCP and the land use bylaw. To meet new provincial requirements, OCPs are now required to include enough land use capacity for 20 years of housing needs and to include statutory housing policies addressing 7 classes of housing need. And the province requires review and update, this update to be completed by the end of this year. Metchosin's interim housing needs report anticipates that 852 new housing units will be needed over the next 20 years. As per the district's housing capacity analysis that was presented at the end of June, the current land use and zoning capacities in Metchosin do not need to change to accommodate the anticipated growth. This is a housing needs snapshot. This is the key findings from the Metchosin's Housing Needs Report 2021. This is included within the council agenda tonight as Appendix C. The Metchosin's OCP has to reflect and anticipate the findings of this housing needs report. In Metchosin, locals over 65 years old represent the largest age group, followed by those aged 55 to 64. So almost half of the population is 55 years or older. And in the housing survey results, the highest number of participants were 55 years and older, which explains why some of the key findings in the survey results match some of the key findings here in the housing needs report, which is improving housing to age in place, supporting alternative types of housing to allow downsizing, and having more care options for seniors. Rental households are also increasing in Metchosin. They grew from 245 households in 2006 to 330 in 2021. One of the key findings in the survey or in the housing needs assessment was a lack of suitable family size rentals available in Metchosin. And you'll see later on in this report that this was also a key finding from the OCP housing survey as well. Phase 1 of the community engagement that took place between July 3rd and September 8th and is now complete. The housing survey closed at noon on the 8th. Thank you to everyone who participated. We received 371 survey responses. The What We Heard report on the agenda tonight summarizes the engagement activities. We had 3 community drop-in events and about 48 people attended these events. And we had the housing survey, and as well as residents were able to reach out to myself at the district for questions. The purpose of the phase 1 engagement was to better understand current and future housing needs, to learn if existing housing policies and regulations are sufficient, or to learn if the district needs to make some changes, even small ones, that can support housing options that align and reflect Metchosin's housing needs, but also Metchosin's rural values and vision. Explaining new provincial housing legislation and why this housing update had to happen also was a key purpose of the engagement. The next section goes into some of the key findings from the housing survey results. Expanding the regulatory options around suites and detached secondary suites was a key finding. Many commented that the current regulations are too strict, and it makes it difficult to create accessory housing for different housing needs. Some comments noted that the strict regulations is one of the reasons why there are so many illegal suites in the district. And should some of the regulations be relaxed, legalizing suites and how to do that could be explored. For example, some comments noted that there's suites out there that are bigger than the current allowable size. And then there's a lot of suites out there that are combined with an accessory building. Some comments would express that they would like to see 2 accessory suites permitted on larger rural lots. And this is, some mentioned this would align with the Agricultural Land Commission on agricultural land reserve lands, as they allow a municipality to choose to have a principal dwelling with a secondary suite as well as a detached secondary suite. And just note, another comment also noted that the province also supports 1 secondary suite and 1 detached suite in rural areas, provided that the lot is 1 hectare or more. The district's housing needs report finds that there is a growing need for rental housing with 2+ bedrooms, a need to support housing for aging in place and to support housing for persons with disabilities. And all 3 of these housing needs could benefit from expanding suite options. Restrictive bylaws was another key finding from the survey results. Most frequently mentioned were issues with the suite regulations being too restrictive, as well as currently the subdivision allowances were being too restrictive, and subdivisions for a family member with specific conditions should be considered. Also, comments noted that it should be made easier for people to rebuild or modify older and or non-conforming structures. Support for multi-generational living was another key finding. Many families want to house adult children, especially in BC's high cost market. They would like to support aging parents in suites or detached suites, and they would like to downsize while staying in the community. But they're finding bylaws are too restrictive to support multi-generational living. Affordability concerns was another key finding. High land costs, high rental costs, high property taxes, insurance, and costs of living were noted as major stressors. residents on fixed or modest incomes, like seniors, working families, say that they struggle to stay in Metchosin, and some comments reported that they can't afford to downsize because smaller or more suitable housing options are either unavailable or restricted. Housing flexibility was another key finding. There was lots of ideas and comments that were presented on this one. Generally, there is an appetite to explore more housing options that could fit within a rural and serviced community. Exploring tiny homes was one of the options. It was a very popular comment, actually, as is having more housing options for seniors to age in place, having suite regulations to allow carriage houses, having senior independent living or care housing in the village core. And someone had mentioned an Abbey Field house model as a way to fit in with the rural village, which I thought was interesting. I had to look it up. But Abbey Field concept is, it's like a community care facility, but it's not. It's a one large house that has a common kitchen and common grounds, and there's generally 10 to 12 rooms that are for independent seniors, and it operates under the residential tenancy branch. And it is similar to a community care facility, but it's larger, and it provides downsize options for seniors to age in their community. And there's quite a few of them in BC. They're not perfect, but they're filling a need for independent living. Rural character concerns, this was a key finding. While some comments expressed wanting some zoning changes and flexibility, most were concerned about overdevelopment, losing agricultural land, and protection of the aquifer. Many feel that existing housing policies are sufficient and they're already generous, and that there should be no changes to housing regulations. Overall, I would say that retaining Metchosin's rural character was probably the most expressed comment within the survey. Farm worker housing, this was a policy area that was further reviewed through adding some questions to the housing survey. And based on the survey results, of the 271 participants who answered this question, 21 respondents said yes, that they have experience with the need for temporary farm worker accommodation on agricultural land reserve or non-agricultural land reserve. Council, they could consider having staff explore more policy options if they would like. Currently, housing densities are 2 per lot, a principal and an accessory, with no options for any more, even if it is for farm worker housing. To have a third housing unit for farm worker housing, at this time, how the regulations are, an OCP amendment and a zoning amendment would be necessary. Options that could be explored would be to look at temporary use permits with specific conditions, such as farm plate criteria. The district could also consider aligning housing densities with the Agricultural Land Commission allowances on ALR land. So there's a few options if council wishes to explore this one a bit more. Short-term rental was another policy area that was reviewed. And this is because it is tied in with housing affordability and rural community character. Comments here showed there was strong support, there was strong opposition, and then there was contentment with the current rules. There was some comments about lack of clarity in zoning, but overall the key findings here was that the current rules should remain the same. So moving forward here, the district could continue to monitor short-term rentals and and potentially work towards more clarity in business license bylaw and the land use bylaw. The next phase of the project after tonight, following council direction, is phase 2. And this is the phase where draft housing revisions and draft housing policy options are prepared to respond to the provincial legislative requirements, to the key findings in the phase 1 community engagement, and from direction from council. The draft revisions and draft housing policy options would be presented to council in early October for feedback and direction. And then we have an open house scheduled for the public on October 16th here at Municipal Hall between 4 and 8 for the public to review draft housing policy options, ask questions, and provide feedback. So in summary, there's strong community support for maintaining Metchosin's rural character. I also want to note that there are a variety of provincial legislations that the district has to follow anyways when you're in a rural municipality without municipal sewer. So that's also implications, as well as the regional growth strategy. Metchosin's is outside the urban containment boundary, so we are intended to remain rural, and we also currently meet the minimum density requirements from the province. So although the province, provincial and federal governments are primarily responsible for the provision of affordable housing, the district does play a key role in building awareness of housing need, local housing need, identifying gaps in the need, and developing the regulations and providing awareness of these local needs. So yeah, there are some solutions that are available that can expand housing options here in Metchosin and address these key findings while still preserving the rural identity here, protecting the natural ecosystems, and recognizing the limited infrastructure capacity that we have. These are just the detailed changes, the technical requirements of the Local Government Act, and after a review of the OCP housing policies showed that there was 5 classes of housing need that the OCP is silent on. So we do need to look at those. And there's a few housekeeping amendments, which are just to reflect changes of bylaws since 1995 and different provincial legislation. And then incorporating policy options that respond to the key findings of the housing survey. So yeah, here's the recommendation for tonight. That council received what we heard report. Direct staff to report back with housing policy options that are responding to the findings of the housing survey as part of the next step of drafting changes, and just to direct staff to proceed with drafting the changes as the next steps. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all your work. I know this has been a mammoth task. Before we go to the recommendation, does any of council members have any questions for Ms. Johnson? Councillor Craig.
Yes, through the chair, just in terms of these, this recommendation here, the final one, A, B, C, direct staff to proceed with drafting changes. Are you looking for the council's commitment to that this evening, but the changes won't be clear until after the open house?
Through the chair, sorry, that may not have been as clear as it should have been. It was the second one is the housing policy options that's related to the key findings of the survey. Number C is related to these ones here, like 1A, B, C, and D. It's the technical requirements, and yeah, Sorry.
Thanks, that's clear.
Councillor Shukin.
Just through you, Mayor Little, just wanted to pass on a thanks to Ms. Johnson for all the work, and especially because there is a timeline by the end of this year, and there's a number of steps that we have to take. So thank you very much for that. I thought it was an intriguing read to go through all of the comments, and one of the key, I totally pick up what you were saying about the key themes, but to me, one of the underlying things was how wonderful Metchosin is, but we need more housing. And so I'm very much looking forward to how you're going to balance that, mostly the requirements there, but also the need to preserve the character that we've enjoyed. And the key thing is if we bring in too many more homes and open that door up, we will lose much of that character. So very much looking forward to seeing how you're going to balance that off. And also, well, the one thing just to ask you to confirm again, these are requirements that the province has of us. And so I just want to congratulate Council for moving on this, and I think we've done a really good job at meeting the requirements the province has, but also, again, expressing and articulating the unique elements that we have here in Metchosin. Big thing is many of us are on well water, and there is limited capacity for growth inherent in the land itself. But just to confirm again, these are requirements. We will not essentially escape them. So.
Yeah, through the chair, these are requirements, and it'll be the content of like what the policies will say and the draft changes that will have be in front of you for direction. But yes.
Councillor Gray.
Yeah, maybe following on that, the ideas that were to study them and the requirements are to make appropriate changes as decided, I suppose. There's no requirement to do this or that or the other thing, but we have to address these particular housing need classes. So I wondered when I looked at the material for the response in a survey. So obviously the survey doesn't represent all of Metchosin, it represents the people who responded to the survey. And I noticed that more than 50% of them were more than 65 years old, and 90% of them didn't have a secondary suite. So it's a very particular group of individuals who responded. And that was interesting to observe for me. And then when I went through it, and I think you've taken a little bit further today, you know, your report says there's more analysis to be done, and it looks like you've done some more analysis. But what I was seeing, not maybe with the same tools you were using, but that there's firm opposition to change. And then there's some people would like some change, but an array of different changes. So we don't have a consensus from the community or from the survey results or from the feedback yet as to what really is things that people are mostly interested in pursuing. How do we deal with that difficulty of many people not wanting change and then be wanting such a variety of changes? How do you surely we're not making all the changes that people request?
And through the chair, that's a good question. And that's why we always have to bring it back to the housing needs assessment that was done in 2021 and referring back to that when we're looking at the key findings of the survey results. And also, yeah, we're not going to get everyone to respond, and there will be a differing of opinions. But I think the good thing to take away from the housing survey is that there is some housing needs that aren't being met for various reasons, and these needs are also being reflected in the housing needs assessment. So what can we do to better meet those needs?
Well, maybe I can follow that with how I observe people say they want to increase size of suites, and then other people saying these secondary suites are unaffordable at current sizes. So you have a problem of if we're looking for affordable housing, if we increase the size of the suites, we're going to decrease the affordability. I mean, that seems to be clear in the responses here. People say we'd like to address the illegal suites, and then people say, yeah, but we don't want regulation. Again, the results are contradictory and making it hard to see which avenues to pick up on.
Yeah, through the chair.
I hate to sort of enlarge all the suites and then have nothing affordable at all. And I think the other part just to mention is that I think there's basically, we call it a housing crisis, but it's actually a wealth inequality crisis. Wages are not keeping up with the cost of housing, and we can't fix that by increasing supply. There's been a lot of criticism of the provincial government's approach because supply is not going to change this wealth inequality problem. So I'm just curious how we kind of work away at those issues when we don't seem to have a consensus in the community and many things are actually contradictory.
Yeah, through the chair, affordability of housing is a topic that has it's a top of mind for everybody. But I think we can't just talk about affordability. I think it's just people's needs of I need a bigger space so I can have some accessible options for my child who has disability needs. I'm not able to legally build a suite to do that. So in that case, they already own, this is for family and they own the unit, and affordability is maybe not really on their top of mind. It's more of how housing their child in a comfortable way. So I don't know, that's a difficult question.
It is, and I guess what I'm curious about is how we work through those issues. I think of the issue, one that comes up a lot, is seniors housing. So I happened to be in Victoria yesterday and was driving down the road thinking, I wonder which ones of these are the senior housing places. There's houses all over the place where there's seniors living in them, the same as Metchosin. Are people looking for care homes or they're looking for a place for seniors? So when I think of it here in Metchosin, what I've observed is that people age in place, and we've got this great support of the seniors center, providing all kinds of support for people. But those who are actually able to live here age in place right up to a ripe old age, let's say. At a certain point, they lose their driver's license, run into health problems, can't get the services because they're not able to move around. And so they can stay here only, I assert, only if they have family ties, or they've created a community connection, so much so that the people that they are close to, I mean personal community connection, not coming from the district. So those people can stay longer, but other people have to leave at a certain point. And I think that when you say, well, they need seniors housing, the whole notion of having the ability to put in a secondary suite, detached or attached, provides that opportunity for growing families. Is it that the family doesn't want the seniors to go into the smaller quarters, and that the family is supposed to go in the larger number of people in the smaller? What's the problem with people not having putting in suites?
I think it's different for each family. But in terms of the seniors housing, what some of the survey comments were saying was that they didn't necessarily have family that could come and help on the property, and their house was too big. They wanted to stay in Metchosin because they were still independent seniors. But they really couldn't take care of the property. It was too big. So is there a place for them to downsize? And that's where the village core kept coming up, was being close to services. But I mean, yeah, I think as we move forward with draft policy options and just even draft revisions, I think it'll be maybe easier to kind of talk about these questions, because the thing of doing nothing is not really an option, because we do have housing needs that have been expressed for various reasons, and they are reflecting what's in the housing needs report. So yeah.
Well, I might just respond. Moving to the village core to be close to services. What services?
Through the
You
chair.
can come to the district office, I suppose, but we don't really have services in Metchosin to come to, so.
I think, I mean, I'm only guessing on behalf of the survey results, but I think just being close to the fire hall potentially and the more servicing like amenities, the seniors resource center and the pharmacy. I mean, I'm only guess that wasn't detailed in the survey.
At the bus stop,
Thank you.
the corner store, the cafe, coffee shop, seniors resource center, of course, the fire chief and the firefighters across the road. I think that's what is meant by services. Councillor Gray. Oh, go ahead, Ms. Johnson.
Sorry, through the chair, I just wanted to add that advocacy and partnerships is also plays a part. I mean, maybe there's not actually more housing built or different housing needs built, but you know, there's some really neat partnerships that the district or the community can partner with. And I learned through the research process about a company or a organization called Happy Pad, and there's a few local governments that have actually partnered with this group, and they like province of Nova Scotia, Comox, Nelson, Okotoks in Alberta, and they take the existing housing stock and their platform is to find homes for rent, long-term rent. And their platform does the tenancy agreements, conflict resolution, they do the security deposits, rental payments. So, you know, for that senior who has a larger house with rooms and they want to rent them, but it's intimidating being a landlord. This is a platform that's available. They're from BC, but they seem to be very successful. So,
Councillor Shukin, did you have another question? Yep. Anybody else have any questions? Councillor Donaldson?
I don't have any questions other than observations. I think what stood out for me was, and it ties in with the presentation we had, as well as the economic challenges that people are facing, not just with their houses, but day-to-day stuff. So these are things to consider. My whole summer was focused on aging in place with my family, and I'm very pleased that actually my parents aren't living in Metchosin. That they are close to the amenities that they actually do need, and we're accommodating them with different accessibility tools and that sort of thing. I do know historically in Metchosin, and I'm not sure if it still exists, but we have had people initiate their own models of the Abbeyfield situation, and we do have group homes here, so we are meeting some needs. People are initiating those on their own. So, you know, we could continue to encourage that as well. The same would go with when we adopted the whole detached suite and the setbacks with that, or the in-house suite, those sorts of things. And the affordability of building those sorts of things is also what is tying people. So to build larger is not going to make it necessarily affordable for the landlord. A lot of people don't want to have people living on their property. So there's lots of different things to balance, and I do appreciate having read through this survey and seeing quite a lot of feedback on, you know, keeping Metchosin rural. That's always kind of been amazing. How do we balance that? You know, and no more housing, but we really want, you know, a second house. I remember knocking on doors, and that was like, I want to keep it rural, but I want to have a house just down the lane on my property, and that. So, you know, what is the philosophy, and how do we build that in and still address what is required from the government? And I think we're on the right path, but I think there's a lot more dialogue and balancing of needs in our community. Thank you for your work. I very much appreciate it.
Thank you. So in terms of some of the comments were expand suite options. When you were talking to people face to face, did they give you any ideas in terms of the square footage, what they would like to see? I get the sense that there's some families that would like to welcome their children into a suite, but they have 2 or 3 children. And so the size of the the size of the secondary suite would be too small to accommodate that that. Did you get a sense on the sensibilities regarding the expand the suite option?
Yes, at least 2 bedrooms is what I'm hearing, 2 bedrooms and up. The 90 square meters, which is 968 square feet, a lot of people, seem satisfied with that. And I think that's maybe because that's a common requirement in other municipalities. So, it's something they're used to or have seen before. There was some asking for larger, for 3 bedrooms. But I'd say 90 square meters to allow for 2 bedrooms comfortably was a common request. In terms of the secondary suite in the house, there wasn't really any numbers given, but just sort of, could there be more flexibility for different housing needs to expand the size of the unit? Like if we have to add in a elevator or a wheelchair ramp or something, could the policies allow for some sort of flexibility on that?
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Go ahead.
I had a kind of a technical question. I might have been mixed up on this. In terms of capacity, when I read through this report, it looks like the capacity is subdivision and empty lots. Are secondary suites measured as part of the capacity? And so in other words, is that 852 made up of some secondary suites as well? A possibility to build, that is?
Yeah, through the chair, the 2 dwelling units per lot was included secondary suites and detached secondary suites.
And then the other question I had was related, I guess homelessness is one of the issues we're going to need to address. And is it possible, looking again at the notes, it's qualified as a regional problem in our housing needs survey. And so do we refer back to regional solutions? And similarly, affordable housing is also a regional problem and it's being addressed more in some of the other parts of the CRD. Do we mention that as part of our approach as a regional approach?
Yeah, through the chair, that's an option. So talking about partnerships, supporting regional approaches, completing the housing needs assessments as they're required.
Thank you.
Councillor Shukin.
Just on the matter of homelessness and those at risk of homelessness, we might also consider the emergency social services programs that we offer as a response to that. That is a tricky one here in Metchosin because we do not have a visible homeless population. But there are people at risk, and especially if there is an incident, so that might be worth building in. So.
Yeah, those people that are precariously housed. Okay. Okay, thank you, Ms. Johnson. Okay, so council, before we have a recommendation, does someone want to move the recommendation? So the Councillor Shukin is recommending that council receive the 2025 OCP housing update, what we heard, and that council direct staff to report back with policy options that respond to key findings of the housing survey as part of the next steps of drafting changes, and that council direct staff to proceed with drafting changes as the next steps of the OCP 2025 housing update process. Moved by Councillor Shukin, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. Oh, so on page 23, or it's also in the agenda as well. So there's 3 recommendations. Yeah. Okay. And Councillor Donaldson, you're okay with those 3 comments? No? And you? No? Anybody else? Councillor Gray?
Yeah, just, I'm not sure I saw it up on the slides there, but I noticed clustered housing is mentioned a number of times, and that's support for OCP 6.8, I think. So nice to recognize that, I think, if possible. The other thought that I had was, I'm not sure if it was a question from the planner, but the proposal that the class of housing needs and the applicable OCP policies can fit into a table format, and that looked easy to read and all in one place, so I like that version.
And when we get to talking about real tangible things we can do, there are low-hanging fruit, such as accessory buildings, carriage houses, that we could consider. And I'm told there's new regulations regarding tiny houses, which they can be regulated, and there is a body that will regulate them. So I think there is a group in Metchosin that is looking at housing options, and we should get some advice and listen to people regarding those options too. Okay, so we'll call. Yep.
I just wondered too where the word option suggests that there are choices to be made. In other words, we might be presented with something to address affordable housing, and there might be several options. The more options we can see to the issue we're trying to address, the more help that would be. In other words, an array of options for each of the problems and a recommended one.
Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. That's great. Thank you very much, everybody. Let's move on to the next report. This one on page 107 is from our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Creek, on Permissive Tax Exemption Report 2026.
Mayor Little?
Yes.
I'd like to recuse myself, as I do have family that's involved with PMC.
Okay.
It could be perceived conflict of interest.
Okay. Thank you.
And Mayor Little, I'll also recuse myself as I'm a trustee of the community hall, and I have a pecuniary interest as an owner as regards to tax exemption. Thank you.
So there's just the three of us. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Creek.
Through the chair. Thank you, Mayor and Council. So I think this is our third meeting on permissive tax exemptions. And so at our last meeting, I talked about how much this is actually costing in regards to taxes for everybody else that actually ends up paying taxes in Metchosin. So there was a couple options that we laid out, whereas like you can give exemptions fully, you can just provide a grant for the district portion of taxes, you don't have to give any exemption. So this year we came up with a new policy, and there's a new application form for everybody to fill out. They've filled all those forms out, I've reviewed them, and so this report basically covers that. So on the second page of the report shows how much the property tax exemptions were worth in 2025. Came to be about 3.4% of the total revenue and property taxes that Metchosin has collected. So it was $97,000 just for the district portion of taxes, another $92,000 for all the other taxing authorities, for a combined $190,000. All that combined would be about equivalent to $91.53 on the average Metchosin property owners' taxes. $47 just for the district, and then the rest is the other taxing authorities. And just to provide a comparison, for 2025, the tax increase for the district was $53.86 for the average property owner. So after reviewing all the applications that came in, I judged it on 5 criteria: whether it was an eligible organization, whether it met a strategic priority of council, the fiscal need based on their financial statements that they provided, if their service or property is open to the public, and then if they actually provided a service that's related to the district. So there's a little table there, and then gave a breakdown of their actual application as to why I said yes or no in the boxes. And then I didn't provide a recommendation, felt that was more on council, but if you have any questions, more than happy to answer. Go into greater detail.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for your report. Well, I'll start off. I'm actually in favor of directing staff to provide the grant from the district for the portion of the 2026 property taxes for the properties approved by council. I think that seems like a very smart way to go. I was previously unaware that we were paying the whole the district portion as well as the other taxes for these organizations. Regarding the organizations, they all provide value to our community and contribute to our community. And we've had a number of gentlemen from the Metchosin, from the Victoria Motorcycle Club here tonight, advocating for their club. And I've previously stated, and I stand by, it doesn't really matter to me if people gather at a church on a Sunday or gather somewhere else. They provide an opportunity for community, for engagement. They're open to the rest of the community. And so I support the Victoria Motorcycle Club along with the other organizations here. I didn't get the sense that it would be a financial harm for us to go with just the district portion as opposed to the whole. So that's what I was basing my rationale on. So other members of council, do you want to comment on this? Councillor Shukin.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Little, through you. Thank you, Mr. Creek, for bringing this forward. And I think you've uncovered something that we had assumed was one thing, but it actually was much more expensive. And I suspect that successive councils probably believe the same thing. I am also in favor of just providing the municipal portion of the taxes. I believe that is reasonable. It's probably also what Metchosin taxpayers would expect as well. And now in terms of a question to you, it seems like we have to go about this in a kind of a unique way. To provide the exemption, I think you said we'd have to provide a grant to the equivalent. So we're not really forgiving taxes. We're providing a grant to cover those taxes. I think that's what you're saying at the end here.
Through the chair, correct. We can't, with a regular permissive tax exemption, we tell BC Assessment, hey, we want to provide exemptions for all these properties. They put it into their roll, so it comes in and the value of that property is nil. There's no way for it to just say only for the district portion. So in this case, if you just wanted to give a grant for the district portion, we would just end up applying, we'd wait till the taxes were calculated, and then we could just apply the district portion to their account to reduce the balance outstanding, and then we would send them their tax notice and say, this is what you owe, and it's just paying the CRD, BC Transit, school, that type of thing. And we would just eliminate the district portion that way. So it would end up showing up on the budget in that your grants and aid. So in 2025, there was a $5,000 budget. If it came in, if you gave it to everybody on here, your grant and aid budget would go from 5,000 to 102,000. But it's essentially the exact same way. It's just permissive tax exemptions were just kind of a hidden cost to all the taxpayers in Metchosin. This just brings it out into the light.
And there is one of these. We also give $5,000 as a line item to the Metchosin Hall Society in our budget, right?
The chair, correct.
Yeah. And that's not tied to anything. That's just a historical line item.
Correct. I think it just kind of goes to their operations and whatever they see fit.
Right. And according to their financial disclosure, could they afford their operations?
Through the chair. How do you mean? Could they pay for the taxes without
No.
getting the exemption?
So are they in financial need of that $5,000?
Oh, yeah, they aren't making a ton of money there, through chair, sorry. And they've just got a little bit in the bank, so it definitely is, they do have a fiscal need, is like what I identified. Like, they should get some kind of form of help, because it is a strategic priority and a fiscal need. And it's, like, they don't have like some of these organizations that have hundreds of thousands or hundreds of millions of dollars in their bank account.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Councillor Abb.
Yeah, I also agree. I think just the municipal portion is fair. Might be a bit of a shock to some of them, but I think that as far as our residents go, like the others, I never had any idea really that we were paying as individuals that amount of money just to support these financial allowances.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Anybody else want to make any comments? With that, I heard all three of us speak in favor in the affirmative for option 2. Does somebody want to move the motion?
So moved.
So that is that council directs staff to provide a grant for the district portion of the 2026 property taxes for the properties approved by council. Moved by Councillor Shukin, seconded by Councillor Epp. And so do we have any other comments regarding this? And I guess we should also talk, do you want us to also talk about these organizations? They're fine to me. We've approved them before, but maybe that could be a second motion, CFO Creek?
Chair, yeah, if I could just make sure you confirm that, you want to give them, everyone, an exemption or grant, essentially, for the district portion?
Okay. Okay, so let's do 2 motions.
Sure.
Yeah. So this was moved by Councillor Shukin, seconded by Councillor Epp. Any other comments, motivation? No. Call the question. All in favor? That's unanimous. And then we have another motion regarding approving the list of recipients on page 108.
108, I think, yeah.
108, yes. Yeah.
So I'm happy to move that the following organizations receive a a grant for the district portion of the 2026 property taxes to BC SPCA, Camp Thunderbird, Metchosin Hall Society, Anglican Synod, Victoria Motorcycle Club, BC Parks Foundation for their 2 properties, and Victoria Humane Society. So
this is moved by Councillor Shukin, seconded by Councillor Epp. Any other comments? No? I'll call the question. All in favor? And that's unanimous as well. Okay, thank you, Mr. Creek. Thanks, Council. We'll get our council back to the table. We've lost 3. Okay, Council, we're going to turn to page 111. This is the application to the Agricultural Land Commission at 4450 Happy Valley Road. If I could have our CEO, Bob Pyatt, address Council. Thank you.
Okay, thanks through the chair. And some people are staying. Thank you for staying and listening. So this report, council's had an opportunity to read through the report, and I won't go through it in detail given the time that we have, but I will hit the highlights. The application to the Agricultural Land Commission is in association with the proposed fire hall grant application. And there are two options for council's consideration. Option one is the exclusion of the district-owned property, 4450 Happy Valley Road, and option two is the non-farm use of the same property. And turning the page, the ALC application options for non-farm use and exclusion were briefly highlighted in a staff memorandum to council on May 29th. And we talked about it at that point. June 16th, council endorsed preferred option 1A to construct new fire hall on the land. And basically, there's a very well written historical report on the use of the land, mostly in the form of non-farm use, as you were appraised of tonight by residents. Agricultural Land Commission, we talked about that one of our council meetings in some detail about the purpose of the commission and their process. So I won't go through that again. The land has been designated for municipal community institutional uses since 1995 and is also adjacent to the OCP designated village center. So I thought that was interesting to highlight in the report. And in recognition of the land status being in the ALR, the district must consider either non-farm use or an exclusion to proceed with further development or any changes to the existing development of the municipal hall lands. Not sure why it says hall lands, but municipal lands. And so second to last page are the steps for both for exclusion and for farm use. Tonight's report is part of the step process. And then there's a brief options analysis at the end. Option one is consistent with the OCP and land use bylaw. And option two would be consistent with historical approaches that we've taken for the municipality. And I'll leave it at that and let council have a good chat about it. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, council, so we have two options before us. Does anybody want to start off the conversation regarding the two options that are available to us? Councillor Shukin.
So I will begin by saying I'm a bit torn on this one. What I find from the report is that there's a very strong case to seek full exclusion of the ALR portion. However, I have heard residents raise some concerns about this and maybe on a symbolic level, because I really do not see this property having much active farm, use in the future. I think we have raised a question and attacked a question in terms of the fire hall and the need to address the issues with the fire hall, and that has caused residents an awakening, if you will, as to what the financial impacts could be, but also the need as well. And so with the ALR removal, it's just yet another thing that people are having some discomfort with. So I'm curious to know what my colleagues' views are. So
okay.
I'm fence sitting at this particular moment.
Okay. Anybody else wish to speak? Okay, so do you want to go ahead?
Well, just that also I'm torn also just because of all the implications that people have raised as far as if the whole piece of land is excluded, which seemed to me make a lot of sense just because of, as I've mentioned before, all the small little additions, the covered market stalls, things the Equestrian Society wants to do, the cricket pitch. Just seemed like every time we want to do anything, it has to go through this tedious process of removing things from that bit, getting the exemption from the ALC. So it seemed to me to make sense to just exclude the whole property. However, there seems to be at least from some people out there that are pushing the notion that we're planning on building condos on it, or townhouses, whichever, take your choice. So anyway, I'm a bit torn as well. I just think one way or the other, we need to get that piece of land out of the ALR, whether it is excluded or just given a non-farm use. So yeah, I'd be interested in hearing what everybody else has to say as well.
Well, I think everybody already knows what I have to say about it, being a farmer, but yeah, we've got two options here that we could look at. We don't have all of the options, I don't believe, to do with where a fire hall is going to be, where it might not be, where temporary is going to be, costs. We still haven't done an apples to apples. It's so early in the stage here. The land is in ALC for a purpose, regardless of what the process is that we have to go through, and the reason being whether it's a long and drawn out process or a tedious process or not, there's a purpose for it. And rural preservation is very much part of this whole community. This property does have the ability to, at some point, perhaps in the future, be able to farm or produce food en masse or not. I gave the example previously of the Sandown Raceway that is now an agriculture regenerative farm. Is a very good example of what you can make from something that is absolutely deplorable where they've started, and they're actually doing some great things. Another one that's very close to home that was brought to my attention earlier today, one that I'm intimately involved in, and that is the old swing park, which was over at the school field. And it was, as you'll recall, this time last year was covered in brambles. Now, I don't know if any of you looked, but we had blue ribbons at the Metchosin Community Day because of the produce that was being produced in that small patch. So we can make things happen, and I'd like us to continue considering the purpose of ALR land in our community and our rural designation in the what's it called, the regional context statement. These are very important lands to keep in mind. The green space we have is used by all of our residents, whether it's passive recreation. People are walking this property day in and day out. It's very accessible, especially being in the core, and that one is it is very close to my heart in that it's an area that we can foster more accessibility. We've talked about that with the active transportation and our roadside trails, our buildings becoming more accessible. It was last term, I recall, concern about putting gravel on the school field for more parking. And I do recall the opposition of some council members at that point in time that they did not want to be covering up ALR land with gravel to make a parking lot. And yet here we are considering doing something very similar or maybe worse if we were to pave or take out the big trees and put in temporary fire department or whatever. There's so many moving parts still that I understand that we have to make a decision perhaps for this. Well, we've already got the grant application in, so this is just another step. People come to Metchosin as a destination. I was recently at a board meeting talking about recreation, and I was reminded of the hypocrisy of some of our communities in the West Shore benefiting from other communities because of the amenities they have to offer. And we have a lot to offer, but if we want to keep rural, we need to protect the green spaces that we have. We need to foster and keep fostering the fact that we are a destination for people to come and shop, go to our farmlands, come to our Metchosin Day or our farmers market. And yes, that means seasonally we'll use the field as a parking area. I see lots of people using it for picnicking and, families and so on and so forth. So if we have to do it bit by bit, if we need some land and apply to the ALC, we do that. To take the whole thing out, it'd be a shame. Once it's gone, that's it. And it's an erosion of the philosophy of the ruralness of our community.
Okay, thank you. Councillor App.
Just to add that in the land use bylaw, the OCP 568, which was created in 2010, it states that future public buildings should be built close to the municipal hall, school, and community hall. So that is something that is in the books and to consider.
Yeah, and I'm also torn on this one because I think option one will give more flexibility for staff in terms of dealing with, for instance, the renters that are right now with a temporary use permit. I think it's challenging with the ALC, ALR designation there as well. But we've also heard from the community, or the ones that attend council meetings anyways, and perhaps this option two would be a more palatable option to petition the ALC for non-farm use for that particular portion. So that's the way I would be leaning at the moment. Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Gray.
Sure, just say I appreciate the layered protection of the district on the one hand and the Agricultural Land Commission on the other.
Okay, Councillor Schuppen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Little, and just hearing the comments from everyone, I am going to vote in favor of option two, that we apply for a non-farm use from the ALC to the ALC.
Okay, and then are you also moving that council authorize the application to proceed with the ALC and those three conditions?
Sure, I can move that.
Yep. So
Okay.
this is moved by Councillor Schuppen. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Epp. Anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Gray.
I'm going to vote against the motion. We've agreed option one to proceed, but I'm understanding also, having heard from various members of council, that it all depends on the financial situation. So not knowing that, I would prefer not to approach the Agricultural Land Commission at this time.
Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Those opposed? Councillor Donaldson, Councillor Gray opposed. Thank you. Good discussion. Okay, now turning to reports for information. Next up is the Community Risk Assessment, Metchosin 2025. We had a presentation earlier this evening. The recommendation is to receive this for information, but I'm also wondering if perhaps the fire chief may want to comment at this time regarding next steps, or particular council members may want to weigh in on the next steps starting on page 129, or anything in the report actually. Does anybody want to talk about those points? Go ahead,
Well,
Councillor Shukin.
I would be very interested to hear from the chief in terms of any thoughts she has and where we're at and where we need to go to, and any observations from the work that Mr. Pacholik is. Sorry, I butchered your name. Okay.
Fire Chief.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, through the chair. This grant was initiated kind of as that foundation, so that moving forward, should there be any other grants or availability of funding out there to support anything that we might need to consider here within the district. It's just a stepping stone, a starting point. Next steps, as was pointed out here in the presentation, we'll continue to work with Logically on a few items there, making some possible recommendations or some strategies moving forward, and see how that might look and compare to maybe integrating some of those ideas or concepts into our OCP and other planning and bylaws. And then, of course, the big component there would be our education piece, which we already have a strong education component, but just building on that and being able to provide and share the outcomes of this report.
Mm-hmm. I'm happy to hear about that. I was wondering about next steps in terms of education with our pods and the EOC, as well as the volunteer firefighters. Yeah. Okay, that's good. Anybody else have any comments? Councillor Gray.
Just a question as to what would be, it says implement an ongoing risk management program. So what would that be exactly?
Through the chair, I think that possibly Chad, could you
answer that, Chad? Up at the microphone. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. And sorry, I didn't touch on that before. The ongoing kind of program, maybe overstating it a little bit. The things that I would expect out of that would be putting commitments to revisit this in a certain number of years, continuing to look at what are those hazard profiles like we talked about earlier. And then again, as the chief stated, looking for those opportunities or what are some of the other funding options that may come up. So it's, a program, again, might be overstating it, but just making sure that it doesn't just sit on a shelf.
Thank you.
Okay. Fire Chief.
Yes, sorry, if I can, just to provide kind of an example for that, of how we can integrate this report is, for example, and this is just an example, if we were looking at replacing a bridge, let's say, we could potentially reach out to some different grants utilizing this disaster risk reduction assessment. So be able to claw in some funding from that, because we've had this assessment saying this is the type of a risk that we might have here in Metchosin. So that's just an example of how we might be able to use that for funding in future.
Okay, so using it as a tool to leverage. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Any other questions? Yeah, Councillor Shukin.
So earlier I'd raised the Guadalupe flood, and it's an example of I don't know if we have anything near the equivalent, but it's sort of an example of a sleeper issue. It's there, it pops up, but so infrequently that sometimes memory's forgotten of it. But but it is interesting reflecting on some of these things and what the lessons are, and latent risks as well. And I just had maybe come up with another one. Perhaps this is in this big document somewhere, but I wonder too if there's a risk that's local to Metchosin about access and egress, and particularly around fire, because many of us have one way in, one way out roads, and of course in the risk of a fire. And again, there was a situation in California where I think it was 80 people were killed in a very narrow area as they tried to flee. So that's, sorry, I threw that out in a random way, but it's maybe something to think about, but yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so you're nodding your head, Chad. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so this was noted in the local knowledge summary. Okay.
And are we,
Councillor Gray?
just a question through the chair to the fire chief, I think we're working on or already have an evacuation plan that we're tweaking and providing more information to the public on?
Correct. We did an evacuation plan 2013, 3 years ago, 2021, around there. So we do have an evacuation plan. What we're currently working on is an emergency notification and communications plan. So that we do have another grant for that, a UBCM grant. We're just trying to come up with a good RFP and get that out there for a contractor to a consultant to come in and do very similar to what Logically has done for us for this assessment and for the evacuation plan, is look at what we have here, what our needs are, and make some recommendations. It's up to council where we go on that based on the information and the study that's been provided. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Okay. Seeing none. It's a very large report. I encourage you to read it again when you have time. Great. Thank you for everybody. Okay. So we have a motion to receive for information from Councillor Schuken, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Great. Okay. And then next we have a finance update on page 125. CFO Creek.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Through the chair. So this is kind of continuing on from the conversation we had last time about the fire hall costing. We want to get an update on where the reserves were, the cost of the debt related to the grant application that was recently submitted, and then also future asset replacement costs that are going to be coming down the pipe for the district. So to start, we're going to go with the reserves. So focused on the reserves here that can be used for the fire hall replacement. So we've got building replacement, the growing communities, climate action, gas tax, general capital, and unappropriated surplus. These are all updated to August 31st with the interest that's been accrued since the beginning of the year. So we've got a total of 11.2 million in there, 2.7 coming from the unappropriated surplus, 3.4 in the building replacement, 2.7 in the growing communities fund, and then little bits in a few other grants or reserves. The issue that kind of gets identified here is that the entire building replacement fund took money or amortization from all of the different buildings in Metchosin. So the fire hall, the emergency operations center, the search and rescue garage, apparatus bay, municipal hall, community house, etc. And so we've fully amortized half of those buildings. And if we use all of the money in the building replacement reserve right now, there'll be nothing to repair or replace any of the other buildings. We'll start back at zero. So it's one issue kind of dealing with the funding going forward is choice by council. This one, next one, ones after is which one do we want to replace? All of these buildings? Or are we just going to kind of let them fall into disrepair? Do we want to increase the repairs and maintenance budget for buildings so that we can extend their life? Some of them, like the fire hall, seem to be a bit past that time frame of, hey, we can put in $50,000, $100,000 to keep this thing going for another 20 years. Doesn't seem like it based on the engineering reports, but again, I'm just accounting here. And then, I guess, going on, other reserves shown on page 131. There's all the legal, snow removal, public works efficiency, etc. So right now they're sitting, if we actually complete all the capital projects in the year, we're at $19.3 million left, or 19.6. We can add in $1.3 million of amortization that we'll add in at the end of the year, so 20.9, and then a little bit more interest. But As we know, for the grant application for the fire hall, we're about $6.7 million short, even if the district receives $7 million. So there's a chart here on page 127 showing what it would cost in order to pull in $7 million. So either through 5 years or 30 years, annual payments ranging from $1.5 million down to $465, with the average residential property increasing taxes from $736 down to $223 per year. This is all based on the idea that we get the $7 million and the interest rate doesn't fluctuate too much from the what did they get down to? I think it's 4.62% as of today. So I think these numbers were based on about 2 weeks ago, so the interest rate has gone down a bit since then. They're expecting the interest rate to be cut by 0.25 on Wednesday, but whether or not it does. So in a comparison, on pages 133 through 138, I do a comparison of trying to save taxes to pay for the $7 million discrepancy versus taking on debt. And as shown on 133, if we increase taxes by 5%, which would generate $150,000 a year, versus borrowing the $7 million, we would never actually save up enough money to pay for that fire hall. By 2052, we will go from a $7 million discrepancy between the cost and the reserve to over $9 million. So it's just not feasible. So by 2052, it's $23 million cheaper to borrow the $7 million today than it is to try and wait. And this is played out all the way up to page 137, showing a 25% tax increase. So 25% tax increase would generate $750,000 a year. It would take until 2037 before the reserves finally catch up to the fire hall cost. So the cost of the fire hall is increased by $8.9 million to $29 million, whereas the borrowing of the $7 million ended up costing us $1.7 million in interest. So a total savings by borrowing now versus waiting of $7.1 million. And that's, the 25% was kind of as extreme as I went in the calculation. You can go a little bit higher, but even then I just don't see a 25% tax increase being likely or supported by anybody. So these numbers are all based on us, the district, funding the debt servicing costs through property taxes. There's a few other ways to actually get that, generate that revenue. One of them being increasing the user fees. Another being changing or canceling service agreements that we have in the district. And four, by reducing service levels. So reducing service levels, there are a number of different ways to consider that. When it comes to capital assets and infrastructure, generally means we're not going to be paving your road, we're not going to be plowing the snow until there's 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters, 3 centimeters, an inch, that type of thing. Just kind of what's deemed acceptable and safe. It's probably recommended that, based on the condition right now in Metchosin, that all four of these options are considered. That way, the burden isn't placed on one specific user. Right? So if we increase some taxes a little bit, increase the user fees some more, change and cancel some service agreements that the district has that may not provide equivalent dollar for value, and then reducing the service levels, such as allowing a few more potholes, a few more cracks to go unsealed, that type of thing. Covering up the next one. So as I mentioned, the district has fully amortized half of the buildings listed on the page 126. And right now we're setting aside $28,444 in amortization. Only $5,000 of that actually belongs to part of the fire hall, which is the apparatus bay. And that's just the structure of the apparatus bay. That was given a 75-year lifespan. The roof and the mechanical, all that inside of it, It's already been fully amortized, so nothing else contributing to that except for the metal structure itself, which per BC Building Code currently meets about 40% of post-disaster standards. So if we save that $28,444 on the remainder, we'd end up with $656,000 by 2050. Add on some interest, we'll be at $732,000, which isn't really enough to replace any of the buildings listed other than maybe the pavilion. So on 128, I give a couple examples of this. So the salt shed itself was built for $347,000 in 2022, expected to have a useful life of 75 years. With inflation compounding, the replacement cost would end up being over $3 million come the end of this century. District would need to save $18,688 per year for 75 years, while we're earning 2% interest on those reserves to be able to replace that shed. Now, we increased that for the municipal hall itself here. This had an insured value of $3 million in 2022. It was originally constructed in 1999, expected to have a 75-year lifespan. Again, cost of replacement in 2074 would be over $12 million. In order to have that, we'd have to allocate $161,000 a year for the remainder of those years. So, funding gap. This is our big problem. Current building reserve contribution is $28,000. Just those two buildings themselves require $179,000 a year for those 75 years, meaning we have a gap of $151,000 a year, or 5% tax increase, which is equivalent to $72 for every average residential property here. When that was extrapolated out for the remainder of the assets that we have, the roads, the bridges, the trails, the equipment, our annual funding gap is over $3 million. And this is partially offset through the Community Works Fund, where we receive $300,000 a year, which can go towards infrastructure, like the fire hall and the roads and bridges and trails, but it's only 10% of that cost. So now, due to life and length of these assets that the district has, if interest rates climb by 1%, it would reduce the annual funding gap by more than $1 million. If they were to fall by more than 1%, it would actually grow by $1.5 million. Same goes for the rate of inflation, right? So this number is all calculated on 3%. If that becomes 4%, $1 million down to 2%, or if it goes up $1.5 million down, saves $1 million. So if we wanted to avoid the outright replacement of buildings based on their estimated lifespan, we certainly increased the budget maintenance, the maintenance and repair budget for these buildings. The district has not, in history, put enough money into the fire hall. It's been kind of patching the roof, resulting in the leaks that we've seen, and kind of scapegoating through. Like, we got the roof on this guy for $120-something thousand this year, but it's generally not enough. The only building that actually had a reasonable amount of building maintenance budget was the school. So we've allocated $35,000 a year to that. We haven't, thankfully, used all of that this year, but it is something that building has parts of it that are close to 100 years old, and so it really should be something that could be focused on, because it is cheaper to maintain them than to go out and just wait for it to fall apart and replace it. So, what else am I talking about here? I guess the replacement schedule itself. Our lovely slides here. So page 139 through 147. I kind of went through a 20-year span. When I looked at 100, it was too many numbers, couldn't fit on the screen. So I cut that idea after talking with the corporate officer. It just looked bad. So here is our building replacement schedule for the next 20 years. Cuts off 2045 because we didn't have anything at 2045 through 2050. So 2030 here, $597,000, and then by 2045 we've got 1.7 million. These numbers all come from 2030. more apparatus bay upgrades, like the roof and the wiring, that type of thing. The community house, 2031, we're looking at the EOC. 2032, also the school and EOC. That big one there in 2039, it's more municipal hall. A road top replacement schedule. This is the big kicker because this is the largest item that we have for the district, is roads. So I didn't throw in the numbers like this guy just because there were far too many. So they're on the bottom there in the little column. So it starts off at 1.3 million, then 573, and then 5 million, 3.6, 8.1 million in 2029, etc. And it just gets bigger and bigger. This does include some inflation in the numbers, but this is the one that ends up draining the reserves that we have. Bridge replacement schedule, so 2029, 2107. Most of these bridges can last 100 years. This does not include the lovely topic of Fresh Road Bridge. That was based on this being repaired in the next couple of years, not before 2029. And so combined, all of these, so 2025 through 2029, we're looking from starting at 1.3 up to 500,000, and then topping off at 8.1 million in 2029. From 2030 to 2034, looking starting at 3.2, finishing off at 6.4. 2035 goes to 3.8 and 2.1 by 2039. 2040 we go 687 and end at 6.6. And our total 20-year combined replacement schedule is this. And this is where we end up with a problem in that beginning in 2027, our capital spending is projected to exceed $2.3 million annually for at least a decade, compared to the historical average of $1 million per year. Yeah. So starting in 2027, the expected capital replacement is going to be $2.3 million per year for a decade straight. And that exceeds the historical average of $1 million per year for Metchosin. So this is where we've got $20 million, right, in our reserves right now. This gets gobbled up really quick from 2027 through 2037. So, yeah, question?
Go ahead.
Through Chair, you are probably correct with that. Where did it go? Sorry, I started to stable this together. Yes, that is 95% road replacement, just based on the age. Now, again, the roads around Metchosin, we've done the road assessment thing, so whether or not the actual usage kind of falls on the roads, this was all based on the age that it was built. Whether it actually falls apart by 2029, there is some, you can play with some of these numbers, certainly. But based on their life, then exceeding 25 years, that's where we get into the cause of the repairs versus replacement. Speaking with Public Works, like Gordon said, once they reach 25, it really starts to compound on how quickly we have to, how much money we have to spend on replacement of them, or sorry, repair of them. And it becomes something where it's like, do we just keep pouring $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 a year into patching and sealing, or do we just say, forget it, rip it all up, and give me a brand new strip of like a kilometer of road there? So it seems like road might not be the best thing to push, but it certainly depends on where that traffic ended up. Because it could have been heavy 10, 15 years ago, and now it's dropped off because people have found a different route, or the schools or whatever trucking was going on is now ended, and now it's just, 100 cars a day, something like that. Nope. There we go. So again, the big problem here is a lifespan of these assets, inflation costs that escalate, as we saw with the fire hall. If we just dealt with regular inflation of that 2% from the beginning of it to now, the cost of it would have been less than $1 million to replace. That hasn't happened, unfortunately. So us hoping that inflation is just going to remain at about 3% for non-residential construction. It may, but then code changes, labor costs, that type of thing, they all escalate faster than inflation has been shown, which resulted in the fire hall going from a $500,000 quote to $1 million to $1.5 million to 21. So to say that it's not looking great, but through all this, it does highlight that while the current contributions are currently not enough for our reserves to meet the long-term asset management replacement costs, we do have opportunities to strengthen our position through strategic borrowing for critical assets like the fire hall, combined with phased increases to our reserve contributions through minor property taxes increases, enhanced maintenance practices, and continued pursuit of grant funding. So a balanced, multi-pronged approach will allow the district to maintain service levels, avoid sudden tax shocks, and build a sustainable plan for renewing its infrastructure over time. That's kind of where we're leading into our next budget cycle here, starting in October. We should really start aiming for that wonderful asset replacement number of, let's get 1%. If we can slide into even better for the long term. Things aren't going to fall apart, this year, next year, then maybe the fire hall. But the rest of them, the roads, heck, the pavilion looks good. The Pioneer Barn looks great. The rest of them, we're just kind of playing with fire the longer we delay a critical asset management piece. Other municipalities have already included that in their taxes, like Highlands. And so it's already part of their mill rate as an extra bonus for everybody there. And I would recommend implementing that, because the more we save, the more we get to avoid any future requirements for debt to replace an asset. Any questions?
Okay, lots to think about. Do we have any questions for Mr. Creek? Go ahead, Councillor Gray.
Through the chair, just maybe a quick one. The school reserve, you say, is separate, and we have the numbers here. Is it adequate, do you think, or is it another one that needs to be, or is it in the calculations?
That's a tricky one. Through the chair, sorry. It's about $300,000 right now, I believe. And the school, based on its age, boy, like you think it'd be falling apart but more than it is, but still holding together pretty well. It's based on good building practices in the past. What it's going to have by the end of its life, after we've amortized it fully, unlikely that we would be able to fully replace that school. We can certainly, if we keep contributing the $35,000 a year, $30,000 a year into the building maintenance of it, we can certainly extend out that life. But to get an exact copy of that building right now, millions of dollars that we certainly don't have.
And then I just note the apparatus bay, its expected life from this point forward is 45 years.
Through chair. So I took that number from the long-term asset management plan that was created back in 2022, where they just basically gave any building 75 years. Now I think that was before they had the engineer report showing, it meets 40% of post-disaster code right now. So it does say 75 years. We aren't amortizing it based on that kind of thing. That's where we're getting $5,000 a year, even though it was built in 1995. And so we've still got $150,000 pulled out of it, but it's nothing. It's like whether you do get 75 years is questionable, especially if somebody actually, if it's struck by an earthquake or anything like that, it's gone. But the code requirement, think it gets updated like every 6 years. So if it's 40% now, come 2030, you're gonna, I don't know, it's gonna be less than that, right? 25%, 40%.
Thank you for confirming the expected life is 45 years. The code question is a different issue. It's not falling down because of that. It's expected life, I think, probably remains the same. Could you just comment at the bottom of that same page, you mentioned the fire department needs to fulfill equipment replacement needs in the next 5 years. Are we going to use up that particular reserve then that is required for operations within the fire hall?
Through the chair. Yes, so right now there is a request for a new fire truck engine for, was supposed to go 25 through 26, probably going to be 26 through 27. That'll eat up everything that is in the fire equipment reserve right now. And then anything else, there's cutters, the scoop bottles, etc. There's a lot of requests, and there's the amount of equipment that they go through and the costs that are escalating there exceeds what we're contributing to it.
So would I conclude properly that that reserve is short as well?
Through year? Correct.
Thank you. Then when we look on the next page, I just to understand this properly, if we borrowed the $7 million, or sorry, $6.7 million, you rounded up to 7 million, then that would mean if we just went with taxes, 29% increase, tax increase if we chose a 10-year amortization. So the range that we have is from 15% at 30 years to 51% in 5 years. Am I reading that correctly?
Through year? Correct. Yeah.
At today's interest rates and all of that.
Yeah.
And then we can borrow, I think your notes are saying we can borrow the 10-year to 30-year amortizations without going to a referendum.
Through year? Correct.
I wonder if you could give some examples. You say, well, there's residential taxes and maybe some other way. When you say increased user fees, what are we talking about? Is that building permits or something, or what are you referring to?
Through year? Yeah. So you got building permits, subdivision fees, school user fees, gender printing packages, like any type of thing. So look, right now the district itself generates about $300,000 in user fees every year. So if you doubled or tripled, we get up to $1 million if you wanted to. But business licenses, that type of thing.
So, and then is there an example of change or cancel service agreements that we have in our pockets?
Through the chair. So changing service agreements would be the district itself has a number of $1 leases. Those $1 could be turned into $1,000, $10,000, whatever kind of the market would bear on it. And then the service agreements that cost the district money, example of the Victoria Library or West Shores and Parks, those two combined equal almost $900,000 of taxes. It could be reallocated to putting in asset management or paying for the debt, that type of thing.
Right. So they may not be viable options, but they're kind of things that you could locate where there's money.
Correct. Like the West Shore needs a 1-year notice. Library probably similar. We'd have to double check on that.
Yeah, I mean that'd be a huge change for us to not be supporting regional programs that we use and that we have supported over a long period of time. Then the last one, reduce service levels. You mentioned snow plowing. What other service levels can we reduce?
So you can.
We talked before about the paid on-call firefighters could drop back to volunteers. Not suggesting that, but there would be one area reduce firefighting services or the amount of call-outs. Anything? I mean, that seems not in our favor, but anything else?
Through here. So yeah, the office staff, like answering the phones, showing up at X number of hours in a day, in a week. You can get rid of the parks maintenance. You can chop off the road maintenance. Like any number of different ways that where the district provides a service to the residents. Everything's kind of on the table.
Thank you. Then, is there a way to get a sense of what those numbers might be? I mean, the size of the tax increase to me is astonishing in the sense of the levels, because I think we talked about an annual operating cost increase also of $690,000 with option 1A, meaning a 23% tax increase there, and add that to any of these, and it's really getting, well, 23 and 29 would be like more than a 50% tax increase.
Sure. I mean, determine the cost savings from cutting services? Or
Well, I'm just wondering if we need, I mean, if council, if we need to understand what are we doing here, what are the options? I mean, we have a nice list, 1, 2, 3, 4, but I can't imagine myself that we'd earn a lot of money from increasing building permit fees or something like that in terms of a debt of millions of dollars.
through chair. Yeah, no, the service fees that we currently collect, so around the $300,000, right? So it's like if you doubled every fee that we have, so renting the gym went from $25 an hour to $50 an hour for pickleball, right? Where we have our leases, that type of thing. Like it's not going to be significant in order to pay off the entire debt, but it's again, if you take all four, we're going to get $200,000 from here, we're going to get $200,000 from there, we're going to get $200,000 from there, we're going to get $200,000 from taxes. Combine all four of those, you got $800,000, and
right. I guess I'm just
Mayor Little, sorry, I might ask a question if I could.
Sure. Just so do you it's mostly property taxes is what we're looking at. You could potentially get some other money, but mostly through reducing services that we provide to build the building, including the services provided from that building. I'm just realizing the stark nature of the question here, but go ahead, Councillor Shukin. I have a few more questions on the next page.
Okay, thank you very much. One of the things you just mentioned, sorry, I have two questions I just want to throw out. The business license fees. So as I understand it right now, those that pay them pay $35 a year. What I have noticed is that there seem to be certain properties that have significant apparatus equipment on them, and I wonder if they have actually been, what have they been paying? Well, I wonder if they've been paying the $35 fee for running a business from their property. But do you foresee that there's some way that we can collect more significant revenue from the businesses that run or are run in Metchosin? Possible?
Through the chair, that would really come back to the idea of like rezoning some land into commercial. So there's a number of businesses operating illegally on residential land. If we just said, okay, we're sick of you operating illegally on this, we're going to have you zoned as commercial. Boom, BC assessment turns you in from a 1 to a 6. We just quadrupled your tax rate. We're going to charge you that rate, and then we get CRD to crack down more on the illegally run businesses in the district. Like the business license fees, again, like as mentioned, $35. Triple that to $100. Are people actually going to pay it? $35 is low enough. Should have been a good enough gesture to say, hey, come in and operate legally. Didn't do it. Don't get it. But if we go out and say, all right, you want to operate illegally, that's fine. We'll get you rezoned to commercial. We're going to hit you, and now you're paying. Your taxes just went from $2,000 to $8,000.
Okay. The only difficulty with that, and it would be interesting if you could help us with this, is if you rezone a property and turn it into commercial and get that extra great tax revenue, you also potentially increase the value of that property by a significant amount. It's essentially a gift to the landowner potentially. So, yeah. So thank you. It's a bit of a conundrum, but I think it would be one. To be quite honest, I wonder sometimes if there's a fairness amongst our tax base. We had even talked about the potential of, you know, those owners that I keep hearing this about illegal suites on their property and how are those to be accounted for? And again, Mr. Creek, this is nothing to throw at your feet, but in terms of property taxes, we might have to ask the question, are we all paying our fair share? So, and what the answer is and how we address it, that's a challenge. So.
Yeah, like through the chair, like as the planner mentioned, right, where it's like you end up changing the policies to make it easier for these people to come in. That's where BC assessment, like they need information coming from the municipality to go out there and say, oh, okay, you actually have this on your property. Here, let me increase that, because there's only so much they can get from some ortho photos from flying around and taking pictures and saying, oh, look, there's 2 buildings there instead of the 1 based on this building. And so changing the policy, really driving home enforcement on it. That could certainly, it sounds like, based on third-hand comments, there is quite a bit out there that could actually drive up the tax base that we have, and then result in increasing revenue. It's just kind of like the permissive tax exemptions, where it's like, hey, we just removed these, we now have a higher tax base. You go and find all those illegal suites and extra buildings, that type of thing, drives it up even more. Easy money coming in.
In terms of fairness, I was wondering, one of the community members suggested that we have a parcel tax for the fire hall, and that way the contribution would be more equitable per household or per lot. In Metchosin. Is that something that we could do, and would that be advisable?
Through the chair? Yeah, so the parcel tax comes from the idea that there's a number of properties that receive a farm tax exemption in the district, which reduces the value of their land. So then when we apply the mill rate, we get pennies on the dollar from them compared to a regular residential property. With parcel tax, it's just flat. So say $50 on every parcel. Doesn't matter if you're classified as a farm, residential, recreation, like a utility, it doesn't matter, like everybody's going to end up paying it. The one part is, like, it's fair in that everybody gets it. It's unfair in the idea that the person with a property valued at $4 million is paying the $50, and the property that's valued at $800,000 pays $50. So it's not the greatest way, but certainly one avenue that we could take in regards to collecting it. I was speaking with Councillor Shukin about it earlier, and you can also attack it from a point of doing a frontage tax, which is similar to the parcel one. So frontage would be based on the total frontage of that property on the road. And so bigger the property, we assume, have a higher value. We would then provide a dollar value per frontage meter, and then we could collect. So they've got 50 meters on the frontage at $5 a meter, collect 250. If it's only 15, we collect 75. Kind of varies. So that would be a different way to collect it, but in the same manner.
I think we should explore that more. That seems like a more equitable approach, and also in terms of, I like your suggestions that some combination of these options would be the likelier way we should go. And I lost my train of thought. It's getting late. I can't remember. Okay. Anybody else have any comments, questions?
Yeah, just flipping the page. I'm struck by the statement about the annual funding gap is almost $3 million. This is to rebuild the reserves, and I think that's without the fire hall included.
Through chair, correct.
And so, does that mean that we're short in our reserves $3 million, meaning to deal with that solely through taxes would be 100% tax increase?
Through the chair, good question. Does that pan out? Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just so we get the idea that we're kind of behind the ball a little bit on things. I know we made the decision with it before we looked at the finances, but now that I look at the finances, I just wonder about, you talked about it in your article in the Muse, to pivot, we should be pivoting now. These numbers are, what I took from the article in the Muse was that we're going forward for a grant, but if we don't get the grant, we'll go to a less expensive option that will meet all of our needs. And I thought, well, why don't we go for the less expensive option that will meet all of our needs now? When looking at these numbers, like 100% tax increase, 23% increase for the operating cost, somewhere between 50 and 29% to service the debt. And then we haven't gotten to all the other cost pressures that we're facing. And I just wonder about pivoting early rather than waiting till we get all this together and then stare at it. Maybe not so much a question for Mr. Creek, but Mary Lily, you talked about a debt, like a thermometer maybe, to raise money privately for the fire hall. Do you think we could earn very much money by doing that?
I don't know. It would have to be done through the society. We wouldn't be able to do it as a municipality. I think there could be some donations. There are some deep pockets in Metchosin that may want to sink some money. I don't know. I really don't know. The question that I had, I remembered, I think it's important for us to look at our user fees as well, because $35 for a business license is extremely low. And maybe we can have a gradated system, because somebody's selling scones at their roadside bakery with a business license of $35, and some of the big businesses that we do have, some of them may not have taken even out the 35. I think a sort of a gradated approach would be good for the type of business as well. But I do think we have to look at all of those options. Councillor Gray.
And I'm just looking at a list of, the big help to look at this material here and get a sense of things. But if I think about cost pressures, where we might be needing money coming up, and the idea of full disclosure, we've got, if we use up the reserves with the fire hall project, I think it would be good as you're doing here, laying out, well, how would we address that? Where would the money come from? And I think, so we have to be paying into that as well. We've got the potential fire hall overruns, public projects seem to overrun 20 to 30%. So that adds another $6 million somehow. Additional costs for the drainage, the septic, the building code, for the upgrades for the vacated EOC, fire hall admin, and the apparatus bay under option 1A. I don't know if we've paid fully for the QP settlement that's coming, or has it come and we dealt with that?
Nope, negotiations ongoing.
So that one's coming up. The fire department potential unionization, someone estimated that at $500,000 or $500,000 a year. The operating cost increase of $690,000 a year. That's like a 23% tax increase. The RCMP additional officers, I think it was 15% at the beginning, and now it's smaller than that, but we still have a fairly significant tax increase coming, phased in because of the reserves. New RCMP building that we'll be paying into. We won't own it, but we'll have to pay something towards it. The Ecom and Crest last year was 22% increase, I think, which we softened with the reserves. West Shore Parks and Rec renewal and strategic plan. The proposed CRD new performing arts facility and the One to Few performing arts facility. The Langford and Victoria request for cost sharing for cold shelters, for mental health initiatives. AVIC is asking for support. Annual operating costs at the school, if we don't change the leases and optimize rental of the commercial side in the gym. The roof, and I think a septic tank at the school. Flesh Road Bridge, Duke Road East, which I think we're thinking about a gas tax reserve, but that looks like that'll be used up here. The bufferland trails and park management costs, the Weirs Beach stair completion. I mean, some of these are smaller costs, but if we take over the St. Mary's old church property, there's the cost of demolition of the old church hall preschool building. So there's lots to think about in terms of the costs that I see. And I think it would be really worthwhile, Mr. Creek, if as you're working on this, I mean, this is great. So we took the first report and we got this one, and I think another report looking at all the mix of these cost pressures would be very helpful for us to understand what we're getting into here and whether we should pivot sooner than later to the less expensive options that Mayor Little's referred to in her article.
I'll just say, it's like, they're the chair. Oh, you need to.
Yeah, could I have a motion to go past 10 p.m., please? Moved by Councillor Donaldson, seconded by Councillor Epp. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. So let's conclude this report. We'll receive it for information. Could I have a motion to receive the financial update for information? Moved by Councillor Donaldson, seconded by Councillor Gray. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now, thank you very much. Okay, thank you, everybody. Let's move along to page 149. This is the District of Metchosin Building Inspection Department reports, July, and then on page 151, August. Moved by Councillor Shukin, seconded by Councillor Epp. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then we have the Public Communications Report statistics, roads and trees and bylaw land issues continue to be the majority. This is for July and August. Could I have a motion to receive? Moved by Councillor Donaldson, seconded by Councillor Epp. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then we have the Peninsula and Area Agricultural Commission 2024 annual report. Really interesting reading. Councillor Donaldson, did you want to comment on this?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, they are a dynamic group. I really enjoyed reading this particular report. Actually, I don't know if anybody noticed, but my picture is in there. Because I was invited to speak at their farmer to farmer conference they had last year, so that was pretty exciting. But every page has something interesting. We had the AVIC farm tour that we hosted here in Metchosin as our part of being involved with the convention. The PAC put on a workshop for illegal dumping on ALR land that was very informative, something that we're going to be addressing here in Metchosin as updating some of our soil deposit bylaws for that particular for farms, ALR, etc. You know, and then they have the farm to farm field days and sustainer series, which is also a rotation of educational workshops that they have mostly through the winter, and you know, then we're back out in the fields and stuff. And you know, as we know, there's the CRD Food Lands Access program, the geese issue, which we were presenting, or we were going to present. It actually was endorsed at AVIC, and now will be next week at UBCM. So I'll be addressing that. Boron is an ongoing concern as well. So lots of different things that they've been addressing in this last year. They have a lot of stuff they want to do this year. They've had a bit of a stall out just because their terms of reference have changed a few things with, they all have to reapply for their positions. So, and they have a staff member now, so taking their minutes and that sort of stuff. So there's a few changes with their terms of reference that they're trying to get familiarized with. But overall, a great group for us to be affiliated with in being advocates for the farming community, and having really good relations with Minister Lana Poppin as well. So we're seeing some changes, real-time stuff, as recently as a few days ago, or just this previous week with the strike, and it affected the abattoirs. Now the abattoirs are considered essential service. So yeah, lots of good news, and trials and tribulations and things that they're working through. So good stuff for us to be aware of.
Yeah, Councillor Shukin.
Well, just mention the involvement of Robin Tunnicliffe, who we all know. I think she's the chair, and yeah, very involved. So yeah, excellent report.
Okay, I too was interested in the boron issue. That's really interesting. Elevated levels in some compost material that shouldn't really be there, suggesting contamination from other non-farming sources. Okay, let's thank the PAC and move receipt. Councillor Shukin, Councillor Donaldson, second. All in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Can I just ask a question about the status of our work on the dumping? Through you to the CAO, are we moving along with that?
On the status of the dumping where?
The idea, there was a workshop held by the Peninsula Agricultural Group, and I think we were going to follow up with the idea of stronger regulations about dumping on farmland, and I just wondered the status of that.
Okay. CEO Payette, I don't think there has been any movement on bylaws, shoring up the bylaws to mitigate illegal dumping. Has there been any work on that?
Oh, thanks through the chair. I'm just kind of thinking back. There hasn't been a lot of work on it this summer, but dumping on ag land.
Yeah.
There's discussions with CRD and CRD bylaw. There was a lot of discussion with CRD bylaw and enforcement options. But in the last couple of months, it's fallen off the map a bit.
Yeah. So. Let me turn to our Deputy Corporate Officer as well. Ms. Hanson.
Sorry, through the chair. Just to let you know that it is on the planner's list of her to-do list.
Okay.
Yeah.
Her long to-do list.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'm going to call the question again. All in favor? That's unanimous as well. Okay, and then on page 179, we have a note from Mr. Grant Brown, the Chief Administrative Officer for West Shore Parks and Recreation, the September 2025 report. It's in between this is the report on their facilities master plan. It's in between the second and third draft stage. So that's for our information. Okay. Move receipt, Councillor Donaldson.
Move receipt.
Moved by Councillor Donaldson, seconded by Councillor Shukin. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. Now moving along to correspondence for action. We have correspondence on page 181 from the co-editor of the Metchosin News regarding request for paying for our ad. We're getting a very good deal. If we had to pay for that in the Goldstream Gazette, it would be $800 or $900. I really don't think they're asking for much. $138 per month. Councillor Gray.
I'd move that we pay the Metchosin News $138 per month for a run of 11 issues in a year.
Okay.
For the quarter page advert that the district places each month.
And just before we get a seconder, the Deputy Corporate Officer is the one quarter page. Is that sufficient to meet our needs? Absolutely. Okay. And do I have a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Donaldson. Any discussion? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think, the Metchosin News is a very important part of our community. And I think that supporting it in this way makes a lot of sense. I think they're also doing some other, call outs for financial support as they've done in the past, and I wish them well in that. I think the only thing that I think is important is that they remain a nonpartisan newspaper.
Okay, we'll leave that to them. Now, where have we got? We got a first and a second. I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. I'm getting tired. Okay, on page 183, we have a letter from Mayor Scott Goodmanson regarding operating support for the Foundry West Shore. I I would suggest that we refer this to our grant and aid. Although I don't think we have anywhere near the $100,000 over and per 5 years, so 500K, we would not be able to provide that kind of financial support, but I think we could provide some. So let's keep track of that. Perhaps I'll forward that to our CFO, Jeffrey Creek, so that he could include this in our grant and aid package. Okay, is that okay with everybody? Okay, I'll take a motion to receive.
Move receipt.
Moved by Councillor Donaldson, second by Councillor Shukin. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Great. And then we also have another letter from Mayor Goodmanson. This is regarding a matching grant of $5,000 for the Forge for the trade-centered mental health clinic. This also sounds like a great idea to me. A number of us attended the opioid mitigation workshops, and one of the things that was concerning to me was the increase in substance use amongst trades. Particularly, there was a number of overdoses in the trades in young men between the ages of 20 and 40, and reaching that population was very, very difficult. This is one way that they could reach that population and provide much needed mental health and other health needs. Okay, so shall we refer this to the grant and aid portion? We're just heading into the budget season, and so we'll consider this at the grant and aid. Does that sound okay to you, Councillor Donaldson?
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, so we'll add that to the list, CFO Creek, the Forge. And it is a not-for-profit organization. Okay, take a motion to receive. Moved by Councillor Shukin, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then we have on page 187 a memo from Scouts Canada. They would like us to sanction their presence in our community. Perhaps we could put this on our website, as we have done in previous year, because they're organizing their 2025 Apple Day, their fundraising drive on Saturday and Sunday, October 4th and 5th from 9 to 4. Okay, so we can ask the staff to put it on our website, and also when you're talking to your friends and neighbors, remind them about Scouts Canada having this fundraising. It's a great organization. They do a lot of good work in our community.
Would it be worth making a motion that we welcome their involvement and presence in the community for Apple Day?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, so I would move that we welcome the Scouts Canada into the district of Metchosin for Apple Day 2025.
Okay.
So moved.
Second. Moved by Councillor Shukin, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. All in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. So we have correspondence for information next. And this is a very topical item, given the report of Jeffrey Creek, or CFO Creek, just moments ago. So this is a report that came to the CRD table. This was a report to the Performing Arts Facility Select Committee of July 2nd. You've all read it here. There was a key finding in the Nordicity report talking about the benefit to all the CRD municipalities, the need for minor capital support for asset management and the maintenance, which is an essential component of any new service. And they did mention the Wandapuka Performing Arts. So the recommendation was, the report was for the information at the Performing Arts Facility Select Committee. I think it came to the Committee of the Whole at the CRD board, and I voted against it. And my rationale was not that in Metchosin we don't value arts and culture. In fact, we value it so much. We have our own center here. But this, I was keeping in mind our fiscal responsibility and all the services that we have, and to add one more, I just didn't think was fiscally responsible, so I voted against it. So it's going to come before the CRD board for a vote. Director Paul Brent in the Southern Gulf Islands has asked for the Southern Gulf Islands to be included in that. Many of those residents attend performances at the Mary Winspear Center in Sydney. And so with that, it has provided an opening. So if you can add to a service, you can also remove from a service. And so that's why I voted against it. I want to know your thoughts because I represent all of you.
What was this was from information, but was there a particular vote that came forward?
Yeah, there was. There was a vote that came forward at the, I think it was the committee of the whole meeting. And it was 1 against 23 and 1 against 22. 4. I was the only one that spoke out against it.
And was it part of the Wanda Fuca Performing Arts was rolled into this, it seems?
Well, it was a little bit. Judith Cullington did speak at the meeting, but they did talk about future performing arts sites and centers and having them involved in this. And it's hard to vote on something that is in the future and may affect us in more than just a service agreement here, in terms of, remember what the ask was for us was they were going to come up with the capital to build the building, but we would have to come up with the operational costs, we as in the West Shore. And so it's difficult to come up with that, being in the affirmative when we don't know what that looks like. But it was more, the reason why I was voting against it was more because adding more and more services add more and more taxes to our citizens.
And can I just check, are we still represented on the Wanda Fuca Performing Arts group and playing an active role there, or are we stepping back from that?
No, we're still represented on that with our Councillor Epp is on that committee.
So we're just saying we wouldn't be interested in funding it, but we'll play a consultative role?
Well, it's a matter of debate. So I'm just asking for your input so I can keep that in mind when I will attend the meeting. Of course, I'll have an open mind. I'll read all the reports. I'll go there with an open mind, willing to be swayed by my colleagues, but I just wanted input from Council. Councillor Donaldson.
Yes, thank you for the background on that. I was wondering how this all tied together. Knowing that we have our own Arts and Cultural Center here, we pay into the CRD Arts, which covers a lot of different services, as well as we can benefit from that with our local artists applying for grants and such. And when I looked at the cost estimate by jurisdiction and who else was paying into that, looking at the West Shore municipalities who are not listed here as well, because again, we do have art facilities closer to us. Having said that, I have gone and enjoyed performances at some of these facilities, and so it's a user pay, and I appreciate that, and will continue to do it in that regard. So you're correct that, you know, we've been asked numerous times and even tonight for funds, and the well's dry, right? And we've got some pretty major expenses, and our residents are strapped. You know, surveys and feedback and all sorts of stuff. So we do have to strike a balance.
Right. And we just have to define our priorities. And it's not that we don't place a lot of emphasis on the arts and culture. We do within our own community, but it's just priorities and limited dollar.
We do in our own community, but we do regionally too with the CRD Arts.
But this is ramping up that.
It is.
This is a a ramped up version of the Performing Arts Facility Service.
Correct.
Councillor Epp.
Yes, well, I support this. I am on that committee. I believe that there is a huge need for a performing arts facility in the West Shore, given the population and the difficulties of attending things downtown, which is where most things always seem to be. This is just would help with the planning of a potential facility in the West Shore. And as I say, it's $13 a year per person, which is about the price of a coffee or two. It seems to me that that's not that much to commit to really help the arts. We spend, as CFO Creek said, we spend almost $1 million a year on recreational facilities and the library. And I think to have a theater that, yes, we do have our own facility, but it's certainly not a theater. And our local groups is something that they're talking about a 350-seat theater, something like the Mary Winspear Center, where local groups could actually use it at a reasonable rate, and as well as being able to attend shows there that they're not $200. Like I think one of the last ones I paid for was, it's. I just think it's just something that's really needed. I think the arts is very underfunded in the community, and it's a sad because it's been beyond proven how valuable it is in so many ways to mental health, to physical health, to have an arts component in the community. And we do have our own, but I think that's not enough. So I would definitely be in favor of this.
Okay. Councillor Gray.
I agree with Councillor Epp. The importance of a local arts facility, I think, I don't want to say immeasurable, but very important. The question of how this fits with our financial situation, I think, is difficult to determine without looking at it as a package. And that's what, when I was speaking earlier, I think if we could get a package together and look at our cost pressures, then we might say, well, in that, if we were able to compare and see what the cost differences were and where we're contributing, where we're not, that would be the time for me to make the decision about that rather than just one-off say, I don't want to do this one. I think our financial situation is very difficult, but I'm keen on a process to make the decisions rather than just one-off.
Mm-hmm. Councillor Shukin, do you have any comments? No. Okay, that's Councillor Donaldson.
Yeah, I just also want to add that there's been significant investment in theaters in in the West Shore with our schools. We have a theater in Royal Bay. We have one in Belmont. I haven't been to the one in Royal Bay. I've been to the Belmont one a couple of times. I know Isabel Theater is looking at remediating and doing better work there. And I remember having a conversation with Judith actually, or someone that was representing her at one time, of collaborating perhaps with those theaters to be able to have performing arts in those facilities that are already here in the West Shore. Mm-hmm. So something that maybe our colleagues from the different municipalities out here and school board too, I don't know what the accessibility is to that or the logistics, but those are good facilities for us to be using as well. Mm-hmm. And supporting. And maybe this is how we can get Wanfuka Performing Arts off the ground as well. Mm-hmm. I don't know.
Councillor.
We've talked about schools many times in our meetings, and they're just not very feasible because they're difficult to access, difficult to have place to store sets and equipment. They're limited by union rules of having to have people there all the time when they're being used. The hours are limited, and it's just they've not been. Unfortunately, they don't seem to be very viable for community groups to use them. As having a daughter involved many years ago, of course, but in the musical theater at school, I found that was the case even back then.
Okay, well, that's great. Thank you for your opinions. They're valuable for me going forward and making decisions. I'll let you know the outcome of that. Thank you. Good discussion. Okay, turning now to the Metchosin Learning Group, National Truth and Reconciliation Day. Comments. We've received a letter from the Metchosin Learning Group regarding interest in what we're doing for the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. This is the 10th anniversary, as they note. What are you thinking? They're asking us what we're doing towards that. Let's have a discussion.
Well,
Councillor Shukin.
as I'm recalling the request to us, there were two major ones. One was to consider the adoption of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, and then the other one was to look at, which is inclusive of this, the calls to action for local governments from the TRC report. First of all, thank you to the learning group for the letter and their ongoing work around this on this matter. Personally, I would be interested in exploring what it would mean to adopt UNDRIP, and also the potential of doing some education for staff and council on, again, history and legacy of residential schools and treaty and Aboriginal rights, and also Indigenous and Crown relations as well. The question I think that we all have to grapple with is the timing on this, and UNDRIP is, it has been adopted at the federal level. DRIPA is at the BC level, but as was pointed out in one of the reports Ms. Larkin provided, it's the uptake at the local government level is pretty slow. And I think it should be explored. And I think we can possibly do it without the potential of a lot of legal spending on it. There are some reports out there on what UNDRIP is and the implications for local governments if they choose to move in that direction. So I'd be prepared to make a motion that I can.
Let's have a discussion. Then we can
for sure.
entertain motions at the end. Anybody else? Councillor Gray?
Yeah, I support Councillor Shukin's ideas there. I think it's worthwhile to take a look at it, particularly some training for ourselves and staff to be sensitive to the issues. It seems to me a lot of what we might be doing is building relationships beyond those initiatives that Councillor Shukin's mentioned. We joined together for a meal, and I think in our first year when we came together, and we were ready to do that again, and that would be something worth pursuing, I think. The other thing I can imagine would be that when we have events or occasions that we formally invite Shannon Nation to things that we're holding, and then when we're invited or welcome to Shannon Nation events, that we attend those as well, or make the effort to do so. Now it's a question of being informed of those things, and maybe through council liaison we can do those. I think building relationships is useful for us, and I guess that needs to happen at every council as the councils renew. We won't be here forever in the next council. We can make those efforts as well. There were a few things that were said by the folks tonight, and I guess beginning down a path here really for me would be the most important thing. Let's start.
Anybody else at the table? Councillor Donaldson?
Yes, thank you. I agree, the relationships. I had the privilege of, one of our residents actually connected me with a lady from the Shiano Stewards, which was a youth group actually, very interested in the community garden. And so we are kind of put our ambitions on hold at the time because it involved a very big grant that we neither of us had time for. However, there's a project in the future that we were considering, and so hopefully we will have that opportunity to do that. And I have had the privilege of being involved with some of the activities that the learning group have done. Actually, the blanket ceremony was quite impactful, but a recent one at Satin Flower Nursery where an Indigenous woman was giving the tour of all these really interesting native plants and the Indigenous background of them as well. So that was fascinating. And we have had them involved with Metchosin Day, not this year I don't think, but previously. So definitely a continuance of relationship building, I think, is certainly warranted. And I like the idea of learning, both our staff and ourselves, learning more about what Ms. Larkin had said as well for some training, etc. So yeah, and yeah, offering the invites and reciprocating.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like that idea too. As I mentioned before, in terms of work towards reconciliation, as a member of the CRD and vice chair of the CRD board, I have been involved in government-to-government negotiations, signing memorandums of understanding or letters of engagement, letters of understanding with a number of the First Nations, not only Shano, but Sartlip, Sekam, Saud, Suk, the Shano, Pachidat, the Esquimalt, and Songhees. So that's work that I do on behalf of the CRD board, but also on behalf of you, of council. But I think perhaps more meaningful and more impactful, rather than our acknowledgements, and acknowledgements are fine, but I think more impactful is advocating for the local First Nations in real, concrete, tangible terms, such as what we did with the bulk water rates to Shano at the CRD. Of course, we although we didn't have anything to do with it in 2017, there was the land swap, but we have been asked by they wanted some of the services to go through the residential portion to get to the business park ahead of the schedule. As a council, we said yes, so that I think those are tangible things that we do towards reconciliation. Also, I sit as representative for the South Island Reconciliation, the negotiations, formerly the TTAC. We had an all-day or all-morning meeting this morning, and it was with provincial negotiators of the treaty process. So we found out where they are. They're nearing conclusion of the treaty process, and so that's all in terms of reconciliation. I'm a little bit unclear about UNDRIP, to tell you the truth. So in 2021, the United Nations on the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples received royal assent. Okay, so that's at the federal level, and the purpose was to affirm the declaration as an international human rights instrument that can be applied to help interpret and apply Canadian law. Now, furthermore, in 2019, the province, British Columbia, became the first jurisdiction in all of North America, actually, to embrace the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People. This was done unanimously across party lines, and following the adoption of UNDRIP several years ago, the latest example is Bill 25, introduced in the BC legislature in April of 2022 and implemented in agreement with, April 22nd of this year. And this was the implementation of the agreement with the Haida Nation to recognize Aboriginal title over the entirety of Haida Gwaii. So as a municipal government, we are a product of the provincial government. So we must abide by what their legislation is. They have legislation on UNDRIP. And so I I think we're too small of a community and too lacking in capacity to take UNDRIP on. But I think if we can make a concerted effort to make tangible efforts towards relationship building and tangible things, I think that will be more impactful. I'm not saying no to pursuing UNDRIP. I'm just saying I think we should be cautious, because there's a reason that most municipalities surrounding us have not adopted UNDRIP. I am for the training for staff and for us, absolutely, the more education, the better. But adopting UNDRIP, without an exhaustive legal opinion on what those implications would be for us, fiscal and otherwise, I think we should be careful. Councillor Gray.
I wonder if we might consult with one of the other municipalities if somebody has already taken a look at it. If you have the connections at the CRD to ask, that might help us. I mean, moving along, finding out what the issues are, because you're raising some important points there. One concrete thing I think we do need to do is we've been talking about the fire hall and the cost. One of our big presences in Shannon Nation is our firefighters with medical call-outs and other emergencies. And we have a contract for that, but I'm thinking or expecting the contract costs are going to go up in order to help pay for everything. So it would be, I think, a good, a positive thing to have a conversation with Shannon Nation about that, because we're making decisions now that will affect their financial circumstances. So I just put that out there for one of the actions that we should have our staff involved in.
Right, and one of the members of the community tonight identified the fire hall as an item for reconciliation, that it advances reconciliation, and I agree with that opinion. I know that we have the services agreement with Shano, but I don't think we have a service agreement for plowing. But our public works do plow the road when the firefighters need to get in, so we don't charge them for that. That's good neighborly, and it helps our fire department as well get to the Shano First Nations. So I agree we need to talk to the First Nations, but be mindful of what else we supply.
For sure. Well, that I think would be a good idea to activate early. So maybe the CEO, if that makes sense from the CEO's perspective.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, go ahead.
So if I could, I would make two motions, one about the education and one about UNDRIP. So I'll do them separately. So I'd move that the CAO work as practicable to organize education for district staff on the history and legacy of residential schools, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, treaties on Aboriginal rights, Indigenous law, and Crown Aboriginal relations. So moved. I have this Ms. Hanson, I have this written down if you want it. So
moved.
Yeah.
Do I have a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Gray. Go ahead.
And just really quickly, this covers what the letter has addressed, and I've been through a number of these courses. We probably all have, and these are good headline topics to bring to these events. So, yeah.
Okay. Any other comments? No? I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And your second one.
So the second one, and I'm going to use the word as practicable, simply because it recognizes that there are priorities that the chief administrative officer has. So I just want to, this is okay. So that staff provide a report as practicable regarding the implementation of the 10 applicable calls to action from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, including the potential of adopting the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and that discussions occur with the Chano Nation prior to any adoption. So it's a report, so moved. So it's a report on the 10 actions, but mainly on the UN Declaration of the UNDRIP, and then discussions occur with Channel Nation prior to any adoption. And I think that's fair. If we decide not to move down that road, we can rethink it, but
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, moved by Councillor Shukin. Do I have a seconder? Second by Councillor Donaldson. Do you want to motivate further? No? Councillor Donaldson? No? I will say something. I'm just uncomfortable with voting on something that I don't have a lot of information about. But I've done as much reading as I can in preparation of this meeting on the Royal Ascent and then the 2019 adoption by the province. I just don't know what the implications are at the municipal level.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Councillor Abbott.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good idea, but I think we should start with the first motion and do the education component before moving on to something that's quite a bit more serious. Yeah, so I won't support it for that reason, just because I think that's jumping the gun a bit. I think that if we can start with an education component and learn about it, I think we can read up, as the mayor said, on that on the rest of it ourselves. I think it adds too much to staff.
Yeah, and you know what? I don't disagree with that perspective at all. And actually, what maybe Councillor App is saying is the education piece comes first, and then we can look at it more. I mean, UNDRIP might be a little too big for us. And it does, I have to say, one of the important things is probably more important than UNDRIP. It is building the relationship.
Right.
So,
and there's something that we've learned in the past 3 years is the statement, nothing about us without us.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
we need to, before we do any of this, reach out to the First Nations and ask their opinion. Yeah. What is their priority? What they suggest us do? And what can we do to further not only our relationship with them, but in terms of reconciliation action items?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. If it works, I'm happy to withdraw the motion. We passed the first one.
Okay. Okay, is that okay with the seconder? Okay, motion withdrawn. Any other comments on this? I thank the learning group actually for bringing it forward. It really does give pause for reflection and a chance for us to talk about it. Okay, thank you.
Can I just ask, can we invite Shannon Council for a meal together?
Yeah, actually, we haven't. The deputy corporate officer has reached out to them in the last 2 years, but we can ask her to reach out to them again. Perhaps Councillor Shukin, as our liaison, can also reach out to one of the councillors.
And I did mention it very briefly to Chief Chips on Wednesday, but I will connect with. I'll connect further on that. So,
it doesn't have to be a lunch; it could be coffee.
Yeah.
Great. I just think it would be nice if one of us did that. Thanks, Councillor Shukin. Appreciate that. And then talking to the nation about the fire hall question would be useful, I think, or important. Would that be the CAO?
Yeah.
Great, so we don't need motions for those two things. Thank you.
I don't think so. Okay, that's great. Thank you for the discussion. Let's move along to the letter from the Honourable Minister of Health, Josie Osborne, regarding partnering to strengthen healthcare recruitment. This is on page 291. At UBCM, a number of us are attending next week. There is going to be a workshop, which I think would be really interesting, Healthcare, the Heart of the Community. That's on Monday at 9:30 in the morning. I encourage you to attend that. I have reached out also to the CEO of Island Health, as suggested in this letter, to Kathy McNeil, and awaiting her response on that. Does anybody else want to weigh in regarding this? Partnering to strengthen healthcare recruitment. Okay, with that, I'll take a motion to receive for information. Moved by Councillor Donaldson, second by Councillor Epp. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then we have a letter from UBCM, the Canada Community Building Fund of BC, noting that there's another payment of $147,000 to occur, should have been received in August of 2025 for the Community Works Fund payment for 2025-2026. Anybody have any comments what these funds are used for? It's very broad: broadband connectivity, capacity building, asset management planning, energy programs, EV infrastructure, construction of new fire halls, upgrades, training, roads, bridges, recreation. It's very broad what the money can be used for. Okay, take a motion to receive. Councillor Donaldson and Councillor Shukin, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And next we have on page 297, no motion for which notice has been given, and then an amendment to that motion.
Mayor Little, just have the pinks to receive, all in one motion if you like, the pink packages.
I didn't hear you. Could you say that again?
Sorry, we just have the pinks.
Oh, yes,
yeah,
that's
for
right.
receipt.
That's right, thank you. To receive the correspondence from Mr. Peter Grant, Ms. Bev Bacon, Mr. Robert Chabot, another letter from Ms. Bacon, a letter from Ms. Sherry Rourke, and from Ms. Nicole Shukin. That would be 11E to J. Motion to receive for information. Moved by Councillor Gray, second by Councillor Epp. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Yeah, thank you for the reminder. And then we have this motion for which notice has been given, and the subsequent amendment to that was amended sometime in the last week. So, Councillor Gray, did you want to take it away?
Yeah, I move that council direct the CEO to work with the full Fire Hall Steering Committee to identify and document the sequence of next steps, a roadmap, required to properly complete the Fire Hall feasibility studies and land use regulatory framework.
Okay, this motion is moved by Councillor Gray. Do I have a second for that?
Second for discussion.
That's seconded by Councillor Donaldson. Discussion.
So I'm looking at this from a risk management point of view, a key role for those of us at the table here, Mayor and Council. And I appreciate we've made a series of decisions on the Fire Hall project, but as a member of Council, I'm not satisfied that we have been managing risks adequately. And by that, I mean we haven't had a community needs assessment as promised. No opportunity for objective options analysis as promised, no open houses on the feasibility as promised, and uncertain financial capacity given other cost pressures and the current economy. Now, I recognize it may be a little bit confusing for some people. We do have a feasibility study underway and it's nearly complete. You read my note and you'll see my concern was I thought all of this was being taken care of. But it's not. The contractor is fulfilling the terms of their contract, but the contract didn't include these items. And yet, I think at the beginning, we all understood these were necessary components of a feasibility assessment to make a decision about where we're going. And so we haven't really been following an agreed upon roadmap, and we have missed milestones and priorities. I think it's been confusing for some of us on council and certainly the public. One example, Mayor Little, you submitted an article for the Muse on by August 15th, the deadline, I expect. And you said mid-June, council voted to move ahead with option 1A. The next phase is to get a cost estimate for that option. Councillor Shukin a couple of days later on Facebook says we haven't made any commitments and we're considering options. So even ourselves, we're a bit mixed as to where we're at. I think a roadmap for next steps would help us all complete the Fire Hall project in a more orderly fashion with a considerable reduction of risks to our enterprise. The motion, simple and straightforward, is asking the CAO and the full Fire Hall Steering Committee to work together to confirm next steps regarding feasibility and land use. And we also heard from Nicole Shukin tonight that we should probably include the climate considerations in that roadmap, and that sounds like a good idea. Clearly, some of this is underway. The agenda tonight, I didn't know these things were coming. Thought we needed to get organized. And so we've begun looking at some of the items that I had written out in a recommended roadmap in terms of next steps. So that's sort of where it's at.
Okay, Councillor Donaldson, the seconder.
Yes, it has been confusing for a lot of people, and I'm on the Fire Hall Steering Committee, and they're waiting for direction from council. Twice now, 2 different meetings I've been told this, and so prior to the grant, we were actually on a path where we were going to deliberate over some drawings and understand the space analysis a bit more and stuff like that. All of that has now gone by the wayside, and we've skipped along to a place where they're waiting for direction from us. So I'm not even sure what direction we're going. So interesting to see these points. I appreciate that and the time to put them down there. So I would like to see us follow some sort of a roadmap, and I think this is a great place to start with what Councillor Bray has etched out.
Councillor Shukin?
I'm not in disagreement with the need for a roadmap, but there's some things that I'm not able to support in the motion, and that will become clear when I present my notice of motion as well. So I won't be supporting this as it's stated at this time. So.
Councillor Epp?
Yeah, there's some things in it that I don't really agree with either. For one thing, the CAO is already working with the steering committee. I think the steering committee is waiting for direction, but I think that is the time for that to happen is on revisiting the terms of the steering committee, and also to wait for results of the grant. I think some of the statements in the little write-up here is, as far as the needs assessment, I really don't think that that's pertinent right now. I think that the fire hall is something that we know we need a fire hall, a new fire hall. And it's very obvious there's enough fire halls being built. There's certain requirements for fire halls. They're not, it's not a secret. Right from the very beginning, the steering committee was discussed the fact that we don't need a Taj Mahal fire hall. We need something that just serves the needs of the firefighters and the needs of the community. And at no time was it ever built into more than something that is just really needed. And those things are quite well set out already. As far as our population, I don't think that hiring an expensive consultant to check with the registered population in Metchosin is going to get us anywhere, because we have an awful lot of phantom residents living in illegal dwellings who won't be involved. We also have thousands of people on our borders who regularly use the services in Metchosin, along with our phantom residents, and so it won't really be counted. Our population has increased, not decreased, given the fact that we now need to pay for policing. And we've got a subdivision coming up that's probably looking at another 100 or so people coming up with that. So I just don't see spending money for a consultant on a needs assessment is just necessary at all. And as far as the land use, it's pretty basic. I mentioned before about the bylaw. It says that future public buildings should be built in this area. We did vote earlier to ask for just the non-farm use exemption, if in fact the new fire hall is built over on that side, or the plans go ahead to build it on that side. Otherwise, it's pretty straightforward. It's ALR land. We need to have an exemption or a non-farm use to use it, and just as we have done for all of the other buildings that are on this property, which are quite a few.
Thank you. I will also speak, not supporting the motion. I think there's a number of inaccuracies in the report, or in the, I guess it's an opinion piece here, and I think the motion is redundant because the CAO is working with the Fire Hall Steering Committee. And in the Fire Hall Steering Committee terms of reference, it does reference the roadmap for the processes and the steps. So I think the Fire Hall Steering Committee is able to work towards a roadmap. I don't think we need a specific motion to direct the CAO to talk to the Fire Hall Steering Committee. He's already working with them, as is clear, and he attends the meetings. Doesn't attend any of the other committee meetings, but he does attend this, as well as the last one. The staff attended that as well. So I won't be supporting this motion.
Maybe I'm not sure if I've been clear about what the proposal is. The motion is, as I've stated, that the CO and the Fire Hall Steering Committee identify and document a sequence of next steps. In the document, I have proposed some next steps, but my hope was that the Fire Hall Steering Committee and CO would look at those, not us, but they would look at those and add other things or whatever they think is the best thing to clear up, where are we going next? What are we, how are we proceeding? And I think if they thought we did need a needs analysis, they could explain why. If they thought we didn't need an option analysis, they could explain why. I appreciate the optimism that people are expressing that we're doing well, but it's important to recognize the process has faced some real challenges, including missed milestones and gaps in critical information, which have made decision-making difficult. I think for the project to truly meet the high standards our community expects and deserves, we need to ensure the future steps are rooted in transparency and accountability and clear communication. I agree the mention of the roadmap is in the terms of reference, but that was in 2022, the first order of business. It hasn't been done. And so I actually looked at the motion and thought, well, I should change that because we really don't need to go work. We don't necessarily need this all the way through, but we need to know what are we doing now. I'd like the UBCM Fire Hall grant application to be on the website so people can see what we're doing. And I'm looking forward to the open house if we do carry through with that. And it seems to me that would be really good to be able to explain how option 1A ended up on top. What other options were considered and how we knew to choose that. I think part of the disconnect may have come from the Fire Hall Steering Committee working with the contract on the feasibility work and answering questions and moving along and adjusting things all the way along in a proper fashion. But then we were asked to approve it, and we haven't been through the process or really know what was considered without some explanations, making it very difficult at this table. And that's the reason for the motion, simply to get us organized so we can get the fire hall built in good time, not have construction delays when the time comes, and keep it moving forward at a good pace.
I think we do need to have, not tonight, it's too late, almost 11 p.m. here. I think it would be great to have the fire chief explain how we came up with the needs for the fire hall and how that was communicated to the Fire Hall Steering Committee and then adjusted, and then it went to the architect and came back and then was adjusted again. I think in the future it'd be great to hear from the fire chief regarding the needs assessment. True, we haven't had a third-party independent needs assessment, but when I think about that and the costs associated with that, why would we ask somebody else what we need when we have people that live and work there telling us what they need, and they haven't gone beyond. It's not, like, as Councillor Epp said, it's not a Taj Mahal. It's a very basic fire hall and very similar footprint to that. So
I guess
I think we'll ask the fire chief in the future about that. CAO Payette.
Thank you, through the chair. Couple points. One is, clearly we moved and fast-tracked feasibility study to get the grant application done on time. So I'd like to congratulate everybody, including CFO, who we got that grant application in on time. So as much as there's a lot of, work to do, that was really a critical moment to get that in, for sure. And it took everybody's concerted effort. Was it the smoothest ride? No, there's bumps along the way, and there'll still be a lot of bumps along the way as we move through this process. And so I just want to acknowledge that step required some fast tracking of the feasibility study. The feasibility study, there's still work to do with JDA. We had a good conversation with JDA today, myself and the fire chief and the chair of the steering committee, and they're still on board. We want to move towards open houses. We want to move towards, cleaning up and communicating to the public on questions through our Q&A on our website, and make sure that the facts are provided to the community. We want to move towards a 3D rendition of what the best option is. I want to speak a little bit about the needs analysis. During the process of the feasibility study with the steering committee, the fire chief presented the needs of the fire hall based on tactical and technical information to the steering committee and to the JDA. And through the steering committee process, the members of the steering committee and the subcommittee or the working committee vetted the needs analysis from the fire chief from a community perspective. And that was done at a high level cursory type of review to get us to a point where we could get that space analysis analyzed by JDA and accountants so we could come up with some costings. Okay, high level costings that at a class D level that are acceptable for the grant program. So that all was accomplished in fairly quick time, and we met all of the criteria in the grant application process to a very high, basically a high standard for the grant. Next steps will be, a lot of work has to get done on analyzing needs. So we're proposing that doing any kind of needs analysis now would be, or in the next few months would be premature. What we would propose is that when we have a better understanding of our funding envelope based on a successful grant or not a successful grant, and we have to move along with that understanding, that we do a needs analysis at that point based on a more concrete understanding of what our project is going to look like. Needs analysis will take all of the information we've done so far, we'll take the grant, the funding envelope that we have available, and we'll produce a next step towards final engineering. So we propose that the needs analysis is an important process that has to get done in the future, but to do it now would be premature without more understanding of the available funding. JDA is on board. They're motivated. They're gonna stay with us. We have funded 250 hours of work or whatever it is with JDA. So, and they're well aware, of that. So we don't want to burn up JDA time unnecessarily. So based on what we did today and our discussion today, those are my recommendations to council.
Okay. Okay. More on that, Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, CEO Payette. One of the things that didn't get discussed at the Fire Hall Steering Committee was, and it was, as Mr. Payette has just said, the subcommittee was working with JDA, and I'm assuming himself, the CAO, and the chief on the space analysis, and we were going to be discussing that. And you'll recall that I said this publicly, that the documents we had weren't legible. So when that meeting was scheduled, it was preempted because of the grant and stuff. So there was a few things that were missing. And so these are things that have, there has been concern shared in both from some members of the committee as well as the public, like, what are these things? Why are we paying this? You know, what is now that we got this cost for this one option, what about the other options? I don't know anything about any of the other options because there's been no discussion. So similarly to what we've done with the housing process with our planner, you know, there was a, well, I'll use the word roadmap, but there was like a schedule of things that were going to be done, and we're following that. This has not happened, and maybe now it will, and I appreciate all the time and energy that went into it during the summer months of addressing the grant, but we kind of had a blip in the road, and we need to get back on track. And I think that would help with the division, I think, that people are referring to, that's in the community or at the table or whatever. We do need to get back on track to where are we going and have some communication. Do we have other options to look at, or are we just going to put our one focus on this very expensive model and through all the reserves and everything else into it or whatever? I don't know. There's a lot of unease, and I would really like us to all bring this together so we do have a path going forward so that we're all on the same page. And there is unease, so we need to dispel that and have a communication. Great to hear what the CAO is saying right now. These are all things that I didn't know about, and yeah, so that is why I was supporting this as for discussion, because there were some clear missteps, and we need to get back on track as to where we're going. If I sort of feel like we're running out of time because we only have JDA for a certain length of time as well, and to use those hours appropriately, of course. But it'd be I don't care where the broom closet is, but I do need to have a better understanding. So when the constituents are phoning me or emailing me or stopping at me on the street, you know, and I'm sitting both on council and this committee, I can't clearly give them answers if I don't have a full story, even though those meetings are open to the public. Mm-hmm. The information's not there.
Okay, so I take full responsibility for the blip and this process being clunky, and for expediting it, because I saw a $7 million potential windfall for the community. And I think we have the fiduciary responsibilities to lessen the tax burden on citizens as much as possible. So I take responsibility for that being clunky. I think we will get back to our process now. And as far as the different options are, I'm aware of the different options because it was in what was presented to us in the Metchosin Fire Hall building assessment. It wasn't just the preferred option, but the architect had said that he would do costing for one. He's not going to do costing for all 6 options, right? And from the costing that we have, we can extrapolate some of that information. If we just did the apparatus build, for instance, we have a general idea what that would be, and even with our reserves, we wouldn't be able to afford to pay for that. I agree with the RCAO that some of the discussions are premature because we won't know until we know what our financial situation is. But there are some things, as you say, that we can do regarding that roadmap in between. And I would like to leave that to the CAO to work with the Fire Hall Steering Committee and JDA architects. I'm heartened that they even met today to discuss next steps. So we'll have continued engagement with the Fire Hall Steering Committee, JDA, and reports back to council. Go ahead.
Thank you for that. I'm enlightened to hear that we actually are not going to disregard this document, as it was reported last week that we're focusing on 1A and 3.2. So I look forward to going back to that document because there are lots of interesting drawings there, and I'd like to have some idea of how to shepherd through some of that and digest it as well. And as I've reported previously, I was at an open house at Central Saanich, even though their model, their end game is different than ours, but how they presented it was great. They had more than one option for the public to look at. And I think that that's what our public needs. They need to see 2 or 3 drawings, what this might be. But first, we haven't even done that at the planning table. So it would be great if we could actually have a clear mandate.
Right, and this document is available to the public on our website. It's right on our front page, a link to all of the documents and all of the assessments. Councillor Gray.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the CEO for the bringing us up to date a little bit on some of the activities. I'm not sure if it's well understood what I was asking for, which is a community needs assessment. That relates to the things that we were told would be in the feasibility report, not a building assessment. I realize there's deficiencies in the building, but the building is 97% larger than our existing building, contrary to what you mentioned a moment ago. It's not the same size. It's much larger, almost double. It's meant to hold trucks that are larger than the trucks that we have today. And I'm not sure why we would do that, given the same population, how much change in density, that sort of thing. So much of it hasn't been explained. Again, I hear the Councillor Epp saying, "Oh, I don't want to spend any money." We're talking about spending $20 to $27 million, depending on the cost overruns that come. So spending money in advance to make sure we're doing the correct thing is what I'm referring to here. So to be fearful of getting a look at our needs, clarifying what the options are that we've been through, or that some people have been through, or to hear what they are, I think is a good idea to get before the public, because in the end it sounds like they may be making the decision and they're going to need that information. I don't seem to have needed it, but if we go to referendum, they would. I think it's sort of this penny wise, pound foolish issue. But the other part of it is, the reason I'm putting this forward is that we haven't seen any roadmap yet. And I get the point. Now I've made the notice of motion, maybe a roadmap will happen. But it's just as easy for us to say, yes, we would please like one. We think it's good management to do that. We haven't seen one yet. We're not sure why it hasn't occurred. There could have been one done. And so I'm just saying, let's catch up with ourselves and get it done. And then it may be that there are different steps in the roadmap than what I've written here. I wasn't asking for you to approve those. I was saying simply would be my thinking of what we would do to manage the risks that are before us, legal, financial, and otherwise. So I'll leave it there. Well, maybe I'll just ask, there is the issue of what was written in the article, Mayor Little. What is the other option you're talking about that would be less expensive, phased in, or how would that work? Well, if we pivot to an option that delivers all of what we want but doesn't cost so much.
Well, we've talked about it at the table, we could just build the administration building and not upgrade the apparatus bay. And that would be at a reduced cost from the costing that we've received, obviously. But we can leave that with the Fire Hall Steering Committee to discuss. But we won't know what we're doing until we have a full financial picture.
So it wasn't so much to do, as you've written, to actually meet all of our needs with a less expensive option, but not meet our needs and do something smaller.
It won't meet all of our needs. What we need is for sure an new administration building and an apparatus bay that is to BC Building Code and post-disaster standards. And not only that, we need an increase in the bay area to accommodate things that are missing for the health and welfare of our firefighters, the exhaust system, the washrooms, the showers, decontamination units, which cannot be accommodated because of the current footprint. So just by doing a seismic upgrade, post-disaster standard does not include that. So there would need to be an increase in that. Does that answer your question?
I think it does. It's just referring to a smaller job, not necessarily meeting all of the building needs and the community needs.
Well, I'm not advocating for that. I'm just saying that's something that we could do.
Yeah, I think if there is an option that is less expensive, I mean, we're looking at $20 million with the kind of problems that we've got with needing to put money into our building reserves. We've been through some of the numbers moments ago. These are very large costs to put on our taxpayers, and was emphasized earlier in the presentation that we have a lot of people in our community who don't have the kind of incomes to support higher taxes. So we need to thread the needle here somewhere.
Okay. Does anybody else want to comment on this motion? So we're back with the recommendation that's on page 297. Are we ready to vote? I'm going to call the question. All in favor? All those opposed? Councillor Shukin, Epp, Mayor Little are opposed. Motion defeated. Okay, thank you for the conversation. Next we have, the next notice of motion was withdrawn for that. And we have number 14, a notice of motion which requires just notice. It doesn't require voting. It'll be considered at the next council meeting. Go ahead, Councillor Shukin.
Read it very quickly. That an updated terms of reference be developed for the Fire Hall Steering Committee and that steps be taken to clarify project management and project governance model, project governance model for the Fire Hall project.
Okay, and you provided this to the Deputy Corporate Officer?
Good.
Yep, great. Okay, thanks.
Thank you,
Thanks for
Councillor
that notice of motion. Before we conclude, I do want to make a big thank you to CAO Payette, Fire Chief, CFO Creek, and Deputy Corporate Officer Henson for the mammoth task of putting in the grant application. I understand that wasn't easy, and there were many moving parts. We not only met the deadline, we had it in early, which I think is great. So congratulations. It is easy to criticize, but it's difficult to actually do the work. So I appreciate your efforts. Thank you very much. Okay, with that, I'll take a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Shukin, second by Councillor Epp. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.